And the ironic thing was that I was talking to a muted microphone.
Well, at least we figured that out before you went live.
Oh no, I always hit the live and then I walk around. But you're prompt. Hey Mark, how's it going? How's it going?
Hey, hey.
Figure out my camera. There we go. I loved the combo yesterday so much that I am wearing the same red. How's it going, butterfly on my wall? Hello, hello. How are you doing, Phoenix?
I am doing pretty good. If we don't look at the back, this polka dotted schmata is almost finished.
I love schmata. Hold
I
on.
know. I got the back needs a nice. Oh, Loki's hiding. Right, Loki hides all my sins. Um, I have some pleats in the back that I think need a nice press because it looks a little like droopy and funny in the back right now, but I also haven't finished the French seam, so there's a couple of things that need some attention.
Awesome,
Oh, Loki,
awesome.
your butt always knocks my microphone over.
Loki is properly named, huh?
He is. He is a trickster. Yup. Thanks for having me back. Let me know if you get sick of me and I'll take a break.
No, not at all, not at all. I'm adjusting all my screens. I'm not used to people coming early. Usually I walk around with my headphones. That's why you saw me bobbing my head earlier.
Yeah, I was like, I'm just going to hang out. You'll notice me eventually and I'm not going to worry.
Oh, I dance around like, it's part of my calisthenics.
Right. Oh.
Keeps me it's oddly cold here in California and like I'm just not used to this weather anymore.
I believe it snowed again today. It was snowing
Oh.
just a couple of hours ago. So, yeah, this is like the year that winter never ended.
Like I said a couple of streams ago, that groundhog was actually correct for the first time ever. Hey, Skits,
Hey,
how's it
hey.
going,
Did you
Gilroy?
did he show you what he accomplished today?
Yeah,
A little peer
yeah.
pressure goes a long way.
Serious. I in the DMs, I was like, I shall stop shaming you now.
Right? You did it. Mad
how's
props
it
to you.
How's it going, Gilroy? You know what though? It was things like that that I got started on that like sent me on my quest. Especially when I was like upcycling shoes and stuff like that.
Yeah, the little things help you build your confidence to the bigger things. You're like, all right, I can sew a button. I can sew a whole schmata.
Oh, I am jealous, butterfly. 65 in Texas, sitting by my sewing machine with the window open.
Yeah, no, not at my house.
I'm like oddly layered because the temperature is slowly returning back to normal. Hey, Commander, I'll be right there. I just got to finish editing a soundtrack. Let me know and I'll throw the link in the chat for you. Let me know anytime. Anyone wants to join, please let me know. And I don't know why I hit that. There we go. I made another failure of a hat, and I'm really impatient because my all of my hat stuff is coming from the other side of the earth.
They only make buckram in China?
Well, apparently I'm every time I order something, it comes from China.
It
But let's
happens
be real.
sometimes.
I want to take an Amazon moment here. Oh, let me read my disclaimer. But before I go off, it's really sad because of certain embargoes, Brexit, and certain decisions that other countries have made. Sometimes it's cheaper to order things from China,
Yeah.
and it's more efficient because they come reasonably fast, depending on what it is, if it's not already
Yep.
in stock. Okay, so here at the Godless Sewing Channel, please do not take any medical, legal, spiritual, or non-spiritual advice. I'm a human being with an opinion, and if you get your feelings hurt, we have exits on both sides. And if you speak Spanish, that's a la izquierda and derecha. I feel like it's important to come with a disclaimer.
Well, especially if you, depending on your profession, it's easier to just like say all these things that you're not going to get here.
Exactly. I'm here to have fun and make really terrible hats. I made another one that was so embarrassing I may not show it. 34 here, and apparently the bipolar weather has decided to try to snow tonight. Craziness. Yay! How's it going, Liz?
Hey.
We have a heat wave here. All I've managed to do is putting the vise back on the mill. Do you know what? I have a really awesome air conditioner. During the summer, I hide. Like that's why like streaming at 7 is actually a habit that I started during the summer because this was like the coolest time I could come in this room.
Yeah.
And I keep on forgetting that Mark Short literally lives on the other side of the planet. But because of where I live in California, like it's a straight shot to Australia from my house.
Right. No stops in Hawaii, though I'll take the stop in Hawaii too, please.
Do you know what's so funny, Kilroy? If your sewing machine runs for more than 4 hours, consult a mechanic. Do you know when those Viagra commercials first came out? Do you know I was at what's privism? What is private? I was so curious.
Oh, priapism?
It's when you for a male, it's when you have a hardy more than 4 hours.
Yep.
And you have to like, man, I wouldn't be able to hang for the amount of pressure and pain that would be. It would be unreal.
Yeah, that would definitely be a Pants's prison moment.
But Jeff Foxworthy famously told a joke about how that ever happened to him. He'd wear a trench coat, and the second the doctor asked him, like, "What's the problem?" he'd say, "This is the problem."
Yeah.
I like the disclaimer. I also like that all absolutely, and I think that's the important part is that like when you're in a open space like that, like this, it's easy. I don't know. I've fallen into certain circles. I think it's easier to have an open forum than just be around people that agree with you. I would rather have discussions than sit around and constantly harp on other people. Was it the brothers you recommended for a long time ago? I don't know if that was me.
Are you thinking about getting a sewing machine, Skits? You are really going in for a penny and for a pound.
Sewing machines are life changers. If you get a sewing machine, like you're a sewist, or you just have a machine you're going to stare at in your house.
Right. Next, you're going to have a whole room.
Your pleather pants that really screwed up would be handy. They're actually they're a really pair of hardcore dependable pants. So even though I really messed up on them, my pleather pants have practical applications in the real world. So for as much of a mess as they are, I could like legitimately wear them at my job and not get messed up. Like, you know, not be mad if I fall or. I have air conditioning when I get into my new workshop, but that'll be a while since I'm living in it until I build my new house that I haven't even started yet. I know the feeling about that. I am all about equality. To quote Slayer, I am equally in a world of people I don't like. Joking, not joking, but like it's I believe in treating everyone equally the same. Hey, how's it going?
Needle singer? Was that an embroidery machine? Like,
that's awesome. I am so curious now.
I know. I need pictures.
13 needle singer. That's awesome. You go Skits, isn't that the machine they used on Project Runaway Butterfly? I may or may not watch all of that.
Did you see this beginning of the new season of Next in Fashion on Netflix yet?
No, but I need something new to watch. I'm so glad that you.
Okay.
I need something new to watch. That's awesome.
It's there.
Echo chambers suck. They're only fun if you want to do the political equivalent of masturbating. You stopped me from. I didn't want to say circle jerk this early, but that's really.
Well, I'm glad you said it so that I don't have to.
But that's really what it is. I totally agree with you, Gilroy. It was used for coffin production. So I said this a while ago, and people may or may not. Oh, I'm gonna drop the link right now. But I want a coffin. I want to sleep in a coffin, and I have basically since I was a little kid. And that's not even some psychological weird thing. I've always wanted a coffin. I sleep covered in like it's embarrassing. I sleep in a cocoon base anyways, So
I don't know. I need to move around too much. I'm not a good bedfellow because I'm like take up an entire queen size bed to myself.
Coffins are humongous, though. You'd be surprised how big. But see, I'm 5'8".
I'm like this, like oh.
That is true. I'm one of those people like I could sleep with my arms wrapped.
Yeah, no, not me.
Oh, what is next in fashion?
It is a
Yay.
Project Runway style show with what's his name, Tam or Tan from Queer Eye with the Straight Guy, and this year with the other co-host is one of the Hadid sisters. And they had, was it the Valentino? The sister was one of the judges. They get all sorts of people to judge. So it's new, up and coming. Some people have fashion lines. Some folks have dressed celebrities. So it's like Project Runway, but not Project Runway.
How are you, Commander?
Reality
Doing all
TV
right.
show on Netflix.
I was just working.
Yep, you're coming in great.
I was just working on the soundtrack for one part of the next video.
Awesome. Butterfly, I sleep on the floor as well, but I have a terrible back. I'm one of those people that I need one of those wooden beds. What's your soundtrack for?
It's the intro part. After I have a intro in like this room back here, but on the screens, all the crazy shit related to Trump profits and, believe it or not, flat Earth. We end with allegedly Dave talking about how they keep you from going to the ice wall. And then operators start, and then it moves into, you've seen it, the South Pole base with the city and the penguins and the tanks, and Operator Starsky talks about, there's a connection between the those who believe in all kinds of conspiracy bullshit and flat Earth and Russia. Like, I know that this is, and I already got this part animated where you have the robot chicken with all the Trump profits in Kenneth Copeland's private jet.
Kenneth, that man sincerely bothers me, especially when he literally leapt at what's her face when she asked him about writing with demons in Coach.
Well, what do you think the soundtrack for this comes from? He opens up with demons in tubes, and the pink-haired one says, "God's bringing us friends, yay!" And so then we go to, this is just the intro. It's long enough for its own thing, so I'm going to go with that. And then I have that courtroom where we had Nick Fuentes and Marjorie Taylor Greene having their divorce, where these guys are going to be in straitjackets and we're going to discuss their theology. Pinky and Kenneth Copeland and Robin Bollocks believe that Jesus was absolutely rolling in the dough. And
Butterfly,
it's just
you're
a barrel
sorry.
of stupid.
Butterfly, you're killing me with this comment. I love it. I love it when what is his name? What's the name of the guy who went to the lake by my house who was a flat earther? He just killed that whole genre for me. They were making fun of him. Commander, I know you know who he is. I can't remember his name.
Nathan Thompson.
Yes.
He was handing out bonds trying to get people to believe in flat earth by giving people weed. And he ruined weed.
I'm not saying the earth is flat, but in my part of the country, I'd appreciate a little more flatness. Just saying. It's not normal for a car to ride like a roller coaster at regular speeds. San Francisco, California is like that, and Boston. It's like a bowl of spaghetti. When they built the roads, it just goes uphill, downhill. It's one of the most confusing places I've ever been.
Seattle's not any better.
True.
Where I live, I can't figure out. I don't actually intuitively know north, south, east, west, except by the time of day. Because where I live in the mountains of New York, if you want to go south, sometimes you got to go north, and you wind up heading to Syracuse in pretty much the same general direction initially that you would head out to Pennsylvania. So
true, but the mountains in New York are not the mountains of the East Coast. When I went back, I was like, these are not mountains. These are not even as big as the foothills here.
You mean the West Coast?
Yeah, the West Coast mountains, the West Coast foothills aren't even big as some of the places that people go skiing in New York.
Oh yeah. Oh no. It's when I went to it was strange to me when I went to Colorado how the mountains looked endless. Like they looked like they were going into the sky. And where I live, the mountains are far off. And I was not joking when I say that I'm the Mad Hatter. I was thinking about today, between koofies and hats, I've probably made more hats than I've made clothes. And that's saying something because I've been sewing a very long time.
But they also take up less space.
Exactly. Well, when I during 2020, as a nervous habit, I just started making koofies and hats because I was just sitting at home, like watching people go crazy, basically. Oh, why is that? That's weird.
So you're getting ready for your stall at the swap meet.
Oh, that reminds me. Thank you so much for segueing to the swap meet. Yesterday, I went to the SWAT meet, and young sewing and I went a little crazy. And I bought has my head grown? No, this is just well made. I bought quite a few things, but I bought a Dallas Cowboys jersey, which I'm going to fix right now. Oh, geez, the mountains of New York. I'm in the mountains of Pennsylvania. Whoa, I'm obsessed with the 90s rap video hats. As it's no secret, I was a pretend Muslim after I saw the movie Malcolm X when I was a kid, and I tried to join the religion. But then I realized really quick it had more rules than my parents.
I could have just stayed at home.
Well, the people I hung out with, it was all religions groom people. And the people I hung out with were just like me. They smoked weed and they were just people, but they were hardcore religious. And I didn't realize they prayed 5 times a day.
I didn't know there was so much kneeling.
And being raised Roman Catholic, I was like, no, I'm sorry. I can't.
My knees hurt too much for this. I've been done that.
Yeah, that's true. It's a different kind of calisthenics in the Catholic Church.
Right.
But I still love the style. I love koofies. Like, there's nothing wrong with being well dressed. I
Mhm.
watched Rabbi Henry Abrams, and he talks about it all the time. So it doesn't matter. It's not even a religious thing. It's just there's nothing wrong with being well dressed. You know.
No, it's pride in your appearance, and maybe we need more of that.
Absolutely. I'm going to give hat making a go. My son has a big old noggin. He can buy cool hats. That's where this comes from, Butterfly. I have a giant head. I have a giant head. So I make my own hats, and I have to special order my cowboy. Commander, do you wear hats?
Sometimes, not usually.
I was on this weird quest of buying a I've never worn a I've never owned a decent camouflage hat, and I bought one yesterday at the SWAT meet. Because I love and I'll tell you the truth, I'm more cowboy than a lot of the right wingers around here. So when they see me, like, it makes me laugh because I actually drive a tractor and have the potential of getting kicked in the ribs by a horse. Hats are an accessory. More hats means that you can wear the same outfit, but just swap them out for a new hat. That's true. That's like with my vests and sweatshirts, they're all interchangeable.
Or scarves.
Exactly. I like looking sharp. It's really good to first grade away the bad mental health. I agree. I agree.
That whole cowboy people pretending to be cowboy things. Cowboy boots come from either Cooper City, Florida, or Davie, Florida. They're constantly fighting over who the hell invented them. So they're an East Coast thing. They became a West Coast thing. And 2006 in Virginia, there was a race between Jim Webb and God, I forget that loser's name. Al something or other. George Allen, yeah, George Allen. And George Allen loved wearing cowboy boots, and someone pointed out there's no cowboys in Virginia.
There, we we have a saying here, it's all hat and no horse. So if someone's a fake cowboy, we're like, oh, that guy's all hat and no horse. And you know what? I'm not harping on people. People, they wear certain things to identify as their culture, and I'm not going to harp on it. But like where I live, most cowboys are Hispanic. As George Carlin said, the closest made cowboys today have come to a cow is when they stop to take a piss at an Arby's. That's so true. I also loved when was it George Carlin? He was like, pick an effing hat from the century. He was saying of all the hats to wear, like it's literally from a century ago.
But it still works. It's got a big brim. It covers your whole head.
Saved my skin. I work
Right.
outside. It has saved my skin. Because I work with some people that are weathered and leathered. And if you wear a big floppy hat, it really protects your skin. So,
Well,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
the design of those things were all practicality.
Mm-hmm. My congressman never misses a photo op with his cowboy. Do you know what's really funny? My job actually got nonprofit of the quarter, and I refused to take a picture with a politician because I felt like he was going to use me as a token, and less for my skin color and more for the fact of my hat. But I didn't like his politics. And you know what? He's one of those guys who he looks like he's 10 feet tall on television. He was 5'4". But he was buff. He wasn't going to go down quietly, but
The magic of camera angles.
lights, glitz, and camera tricks.
Yeah.
We talk about it all the time. Commander, have you been watching Picard at all?
No, I've been working or working on that animation I showed you. I rarely do any TV. In fact, most of my viewing anything is YouTube.
Same. I have this unreal subscription to every like I need to condense them. I actually had a talk with my son today. I was like, what streaming services do we actually use? Because we're gonna get rid of all the ones that we don't use. But I'm in this really weird conundrum with Paramount Plus because I feel ripped off as a Star Trek fan. And instead of crying about it, instead of like going to the blogs, I'm just gonna discontinue the service. But I'm sitting in a room of right now. I'm watching an old Next Generation episode. I have over 200 Columbia House VHSs like right in front of me. The Enterprise from Next Contact. I have the model sitting on top of my sewing machine because I saw a meme with a Enterprise on a singer. So I'm torn, and I feel like I don't watch any TV shows or any series at all. I just feel like you're not missing out on much. I just feel like I'm getting ripped off. I like the big brim of a cowboy hat, but I don't like the rest. It's the implications of it. It's the people think you're instantly an a-hole if you're wearing a cowboy hat. And where I live, a lot of people, like, I'll walk in a room, they'll be like, "Oh, excuse me, jefe," or they'll call you Don, or it's a weird thing. And I speak Spanish, so it's even stranger because people, they think I'm straight off the ranch or rancho. But hats do say something about you, like my new red beanie instantly screams either biker or gang member, but they were selling 2 for $5 at the swap meet.
Well, I haven't worn any hat which was the color red since basically 2015.
Wow. Do you know I had this really weird thing where I didn't wear red for the longest time. It's gonna get where people are gonna spend more than a cable subscription to pay. Yes, for these stupid streaming services, or people are gonna be pushed in pirating everything like me. I do the same because I fall in love with series. Like right now, I'm watching Friday Night Dinner. And like if I didn't have my VPN, I would not be able to watch it because it's a show from Channel 4 in the UK. I'm picky about my TV, laugh out loud, but I have lots of various hobbies. Same. I wonder what my torque would say about me other than I am not cold anymore. I love the red and black combo. Oh, okay. So I didn't wear red for the longest time, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because I watched way too many Snoop Dogg videos as a child. And where I'm from, people literally do not wear red. It's because everyone pretends to be gang members. And it dawned on me, I'm like, I'm not a part of any of that. Like, it's okay if I wear red. So I wear red in my garage, and I don't dress like this out of the house.
Well, when I was going to school, they warned everyone not to wear certain colors, lest you be confused and sucked into something.
That is true. I don't like bright red on me. Only time I'll wear red hats is if I become a volunteer firefighter. They still do wear red hats around here too.
I think ours are yellow.
They are. I at least in Northern Oregon they are. I've had not run-ins, but I've seen the Portland fire department quite a few times. Oh, Apple, get away from me. I am so done with Apple. Mike, I am so done with Apple computers. That reminds me. I have a PC and I'm going to start editing on my my fancy Dell. It was so fancy. I'm spoiled. My mom purchased this brand new Dell computer that it was half tablet, half computer.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like 2020 when she bought it, 2019-ish, like right before, like literally before the pandemic. She came to my house one day and she's like, "I don't get it. This is confusing." And I made her sign on a piece of paper that she was willingly giving me this computer. Because I told her, like, I could fix it for you. Like, I could make this a computer, you know? Like, so I have that computer, and I'm gonna I love red as well. I'm just trying to branch out. I wear black. That's literally all I wear is black. So I'm trying to change it up a little bit because I dress like I'm going to like I'm in a funeral procession. The local high school doesn't have gangs. Everyone just beats up and sells drugs. Oh, it sounds like every high school ever.
Unfortunately, my school had a combination of Nazis. Then you had the Yahweh Temple, which is basically black Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had, oh, God, every clique imaginable.
Here, the black Israelites are known for standing on corners and yelling at people. That's literally what they do.
The
It's
Yahweh
strangest thing.
Temple back then, when I went to high school, that was before a George W. Bush judge let Yahweh Ben Yahweh out. He used to assassinate and sell drugs out of the temple.
How's it going, Trusty Ape?
What's up? What's up? I got
Chillin'?
my new book. If you give a mouse a cookie.
Aww.
How have you
Eat your
been?
I
entire
remember
pantry.
that.
How have you been?
I'm doing really well. Yeah, I had a kind of a rough weekend without my medication, but I made it through. I got my medication, and we're getting back to normal. So it's all right. I had to get some aggression out on the side of a hill on the beach, which was fine because there was nobody there. It was just me and the rocks and the waves.
I was telling a UFO story last night on Phoenix's. Was it your channel?
It
Was that
was.
yesterday?
Yep.
And I miss going to the beach. A friend of mine, when we lived in Silver Lake, good old Silver Lake, Los Angeles, every Friday night when I got up at work, we'd go spend the night at the beach. I miss hanging out on the beach.
Yeah, it was definitely. It's been too long. Hey Liz, good to see you. Thank you. I found
You got
a
you
spot
have
I'd
a
like
bit
to
of
stay. What's up?
Oh, you have a bit of a hum.
Oh, sorry. It's my
Oh,
damn
no worries.
space heater. It's my fan. I'm in like the shed, so I have a space heater.
That's what I sound like during the
but-
summer.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really, really therapeutic, and it's not that far from me. It's just like an hour up the coast, up Highway 1, and I'm like going towards like Mendocino, Fort Bragg, and it's beautiful drive out there. Have you ever been up here?
Oh, of course, NorCal. That's the one thing. NorCal's beautiful.
Middle
Well,
Cal.
Phoenix may or may not be in the real NorCal, which is
Right, yes.
Oregon.
Right. It's Siskiyou County, Modoc County. I'll get you as far as Humboldt County and that line across. But if you're south than that, you're not in NorCal anymore.
I told you where I live, anything north of Bakersfield, I consider NorCal. Like I lived
Fresno, yeah.
I lived in Stockton with my ex-wife because I had a job. I tell this all the time. They were paying me $45 an hour to make breadsticks. I used to chase jobs. Like that was an awesome job. I lived on March Lane in good old Stockton. I considered that NorCal.
I find that, yeah, from where I'm at, they offer really competitive wages if you're willing to drive out to like Stockton, Tracy, like commute like 3 hours to work every day. We'll pay you buco bucks.
That was the thing. I worked in Stockton and I lived. I lived in Stockton and I worked in Modesto, and it was a drive every day. And I almost killed one of my. I had a Mazda 3 at the time. I missed that car, but I like driving, so it didn't bother me. But just driving from Stockton to Modesto was a bit of a drive every day. And they're literally across from each other.
Right. I mean to talk over you, Commander, if you were trying to say something.
One of the reasons I was going off was earlier was because everything has become so privatized. It's turned me off to my own genre. Like I'm gonna go back to reading my Star Trek books because I thought I had them all. Then I realized there's over 300 of them.
You will never get done with all of them.
Like I just recently finished 3 Minute Universe about a horror. So if you hear me telling somebody you live in a 3 minute universe, it's an insult. But I'm kind of over being gouged because like between the cons, which if you think about the word, Mazda 3 and the 323 were great cars. I miss my Mazda 3. That thing was for real zoom zoom. Love the book. Northern California is my kind of country. Reminds me, Northern California is like the rest of America. Like I've been to Vermont and it reminded me of Redding, California.
Mm-hmm. And the airports are just as big. That tiny Reading airport is a joke.
Do you know I've driven past it and been like, that's the airport? People they park planes here? Like
Oh, just the tiny
remember,
puddle jumpers. Go ahead, honey.
When they had to shut down like the whole of downtown Reading because George W. Bush did a made a speech at the Reading airport. He like touched down and got out of the plane and said hello, and then he took off again. He never been like this, but they shut down like the whole downtown area.
they did that for every time like Barack Obama or Trump or Bush or anyone would come, they would park at Edwards Air Force Base, which is in Palmdale, California. So all of a sudden, you'd see half the army coming down the freeway into LA. You're like, what's going on? Because they're bringing the president into the city. It was quite a sight. And I've taken quite a few pictures of Air Force One sitting on the tarmac coming back from Vegas. Which, if you think about it, is they have really loose security because I was able to pull over on the side of the road and take pictures of Air Force One. If you
In
think about it.
Hampton Roads, in Newport News, there's 2 Air Force Ones as far as the jets go, and they would be using one of them for like maneuver practice for pilots. And you'd see Air Force One do all sorts of weird banks and whatever.
Oh, that's awesome. That's my cousin lives in Buckeye, Arizona, and he can defend himself because I just said what town he lives in. He's a big dude. But I was laying in the pool in his backyard, and I saw an SR-71 because he lives right by whatever Air Force Base is out in the middle of the nowhere in the Arizona desert. But it was the strangest thing, and it was just doing circles around the desert, and I was like, that's the strangest thing I've ever seen.
What year was it? Because they discontinued using those, so it might be something similar.
It was like the early 90s one that looked like I don't even want to say what it looked like. It looked like Jeff Bezos' spaceship. But
Isn't it Bezos, or are you poking fun of him by calling him Jeff Bezos?
Both.
Okay, fair. Just checking.
It just, you know. Oh, sorry. I was about to go off. I give that man a lot of money. Or have.
Doesn't Bezos' spaceship look even more like a prick than the Falcon rockets?
It looks like Professor Evil. I'm sorry. Who was in Austin Powers? What was the
Dr. Evil, yeah, Dr.
It
Evil.
looks like Dr. Evil's spaceship. When I saw it, I was like, okay, so you have all the money in the world and you shaped your spaceship like a giant penis.
As it turns out, apparently it looks like dicks are pretty aerodynamic. I mean, you know, gotta give them credit where...
As a pilot, I don't know. I don't walk around. No, we're going in a different direction. That just doesn't seem aerodynamic to me, is all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, his head's shaped like a scrotum, so...
Has anyone ever seen a space shuttle up close?
Yes.
Do you know what my first reaction was I still laugh. I went to the Ronald Reagan Museum. That was actually a glorious day. It's a great museum if you're ever in Southern California. And I walked into the main hall, and there was Discovery. And the first thing I said was, man, that thing looked a lot bigger on TV. It's not that big. It's surprising.
I know it's maybe about, I'd guesstimate about 40 feet long.
I think that's like the number one test for astronauts. The first thing they test you for is claustrophobia, because they're like, if you're claustrophobic, there's no fucking way we're putting you into one of these things, because you're in a tiny tin can with a bunch of other people, and there's nowhere for you to fucking go. Once you're out there, you're done. Like it's a done deal.
I guarantee you they have PRNs ready, like just ready to just, oh, you're freaking out here, take this.
I wouldn't make it through the motion sickness test.
You know, sadly, a lot
Same.
of the research into drugs is done by NASA, and then after it's over with, the pharmaceutical companies take all the info and patent it.
Yeah, NASA or the military, I think they take a lot of the test cases too in the armed forces.
We were talking about this yesterday. My brother talked about in the military, they just walk up to you and they're like, here, you're taking 15 of these and 4 of these. Get in line. You know, like you just do what you're told. Hey, Sydney, how's it going? How many, and you know what? In our country and in America, they have admitted to the Tuskegee experiments, giving syphilis to people in Alaska.
That's what I was trying to think of yesterday. The Tuskegee Airmen.
Yeah. And now it's admitted that they were experimenting on these people, you know?
Yep.
Which freaks me out because the first place, and I think they did this on purpose. It wasn't just my pops, but like all his people got sent to Alaska. So they took all the kids from the South and they sent them straight to the coldest place they could find. Military is weird.
I mean, part of that makes sense. Like when they were sending people off to Iraq and Afghanistan, they were sending them to like the most the hottest, most humid environments in the states that they could, just to stress test them right off the bat, right? Like that made sense. But
and it's funny you bring that up because my pops was also stationed in Portland, Oregon, and I think it's called Goose Island. When I told my father that there's $1 million homes on there, he laughed. He says because for at least 20, 25 years, the military would do live fire exercises on that island. So how many just rounds and shell casings and just, you know, because they're really bad at picking things up.
You know, go out there and find like old World War II armament just so you're fucking lying on the ground. Yeah.
I believe it was Nova Scotia. You know, anyone up there, quote me, I could be wrong. They're, you know, because glaciers are melting, they these people, and it was in like National Geographic or something. They walk up and they took a picture. And in the middle of Canada, it was nuclear waste, and it said property of the United States military. They literally put it in a glacier, hoping that it would just, you know, stay there forever.
That's interesting. I just read.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Commander.
No, go.
I wouldn't doubt it because, you know, no, it's never going away. But a glacier would be the suckiest, most unstable place where it could get ground up and dispersed.
I'm gonna look it up. Yeah. It's a very famous picture. It was something I found during my fear scrolling during 2020 when I was bored on Twitter.
But they did chuck tons of it just right off the coast of the eastern seaboard.
See, Alibaba knows what I'm talking about. I can't remember where that was in Canada. Maybe Yukon. It was a story, but there was so much going on, it got buried.
Just like everything that's important, we're going to find something else to talk about. Nothing's happened here. Go look over here, kids.
Oh, Wag the Dog is real. If anyone has not seen the movie Wag the Dog, you should definitely go watch that movie. But like, if you think about it, no matter where you live, we live off of propaganda. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
so
that's true.
Wag the dog is totally real. I gotta find that footage. Chaos. Do you remember when there was footage of they showed like a bunch of news agencies across the country, and they were all saying the exact same thing?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Sinclair
The
broadcast.
this is a threat to our democracy. Yeah. I know which one you're talking about. And if you sync them all up, yeah, they're all essentially relaying exactly the same story. It doesn't matter which agency it is, from Fox News to CNN. They're all doing the same script on some
That
level.
it gave me chills because at the end they sounded like they were Borg drones. It gave me chills. That reminds me of my area. People think the house prices are awesome, but they come here and look at the houses and see why it costs 75K or less. Do you know someone recently moved in my neighborhood and I'm like, bro, you must be rich. Like he bought the house and I'm like, bro, you are rich. Things always show up later from glaciers. Very true. Plus, we're terrible as human beings. I say this all the time. Like, I know we come from great apes, but like I always call us trash monkeys because as human beings, what do we produce? Garbage. So it's not surprised that we find garbage all the time. At my job, we have to drill holes in the hills because they used to bury trash in the 40s, and all the methane builds up over time.
Oh
So
no.
we literally have to bore random holes in the hills.
We're not making bombs. It was here like when we found it like this.
There's a sign and I improved the sign, but we have no smoking signs all over the hills. And one sign I was like, if you're a stoner and you're dumb enough to die over here, go ahead. Because I've caught people smoking over there, and I'm like, I have signs in all kinds of languages over there.
People kind of always seem to overlook the fact that, with modern engineering, one of the most significant advancements was in using explosives. Like, and if you think about all the problems we solved just by blowing shit up, prior to, like, bombs, right? Like, dynamite was the standard for removing any obstacle in your path for decades, right? Like,
Beatles cut. It's a little local history. During the Civil War, there was a general named Beetle, and he blew up a mountain, created a road, and that's literally what we call the 5 freeway. He connected Los Angeles to the rest of Northern California with explosives.
Well, and all the railroad bridges. I mean, the Chinese railroad workers are great with explosives.
Exactly. Especially around here, it's like lore in history. You can find clothes in waste dumps like that for even 100 years plus ago. That's crazy. During the Depression, people would bury glass in their backyard to save the garbage collection, which is one of the reasons why you're warned. It's that's actually, we still get that warning around here because I am one of those crazy people who has a metal detector.
I have a buddy who has a very successful. My friend has a very successful YouTube channel, and most of what he does is collecting rocks and gems and metal detecting. And he does that, posts the videos on YouTube with his GoPro, and he's got a good following, monetized and everything.
There's a guy out in the Arizona desert that collects meteorites, and I almost want to go out there because he's made himself a millionaire. And he has the same metal detector that I have. That is interesting, Kilroy. There's a dump somewhere in Australia where they're putting a mini power station to use up the methane. They were talking about $1.7 million of power a year from one dumping. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's one thing I have to pass on to the younger generation is like, we have to do these things because the people before us didn't know what they were doing.
Right.
Do you think that will ever change? Do you think like we'll ever get our act together
No.
as a species?
Well, let's see. The parents get older. They get nostalgic for a world that never existed, and then they get crazier than their kids. And it's like a cycle. It's a cycle of
I agree with you. I wholeheartedly agree with you. I think we're doing crap today. We'll regret in 50 years. I agree with you. Hatred, like pathological hatred is different than like, oh, I hate pickles. Like when you sit around and think about something, inevitably when you meet that thing that you hate, you are going to physically act on it. And that's the problem with today's world is we sit around and we obsess over things.
and the internet gives us more things to stew about.
I think there's an aspect to that cycle that you're talking about too, where like it's all people inevitably, like they start out as children, then they become mature, rational adults, whatever that is, right? We go through this phase, and then inevitably we become more childlike as we get older. So we have to understand that once people begin to get old, they start kind of reverting back into that like childlike mentality. But the difference is now they've had all this experience, so they think they get to just claim like this trump card of being aged or whatever and having experience behind them. But like in reality, they're back onto the end of being more like a dependent than an active participant in the society, you know?
I call it plateauing because I grew up around senior citizens. I would notice like even my father, I loved that man, but he got like get off my lawn right before he turned like right around 75. He started like being stereotypical older person. I think it happens to everybody.
When I was working in hell, I'm just gonna say the defense contractor where I got a lot of my psychological conditions. Around the time Barack Obama became president, all the old white men with gray hair started getting tattoos. They started rebelling against something.
I know exactly what you're saying. I have a large amount of family members that live in Arizona, and my uncle was actually at the John McCain concession speech. And there was a woman, and she was on camera. This is very famous, but she was walking out saying, I don't know what to do. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Propaganda works because she was so scared that she didn't realize that Barack Obama was just like everybody else. He was a president. He was going to not do anything he said, just like every president before him,
And then they started screaming, socialism, socialism, oh my God, Obama's recycling ideas from Kennedy and Johnson. We're all going to die in a gulag.
And I love statistics. Did you know that Barack Obama deported more people than 7 presidents before him in his 8-year tenure as president?
Yeah. So, but he didn't put it on display because he didn't want people to enjoy the fact that enforcing the law sometimes means, people are made unhappy. He didn't want to put the cruelty on display, so he got the worst of both worlds.
True. Really quickly, Kilroy, you're 100%, and I think that's part of the problem is people do sit around and stew. I constantly say that hatred is the pathological descent into violence, because if we all have our own pathology, I get it as humans, but if you obsess about something, it is in our nature to act on it. As human beings, it is in our nature. And the good old days when politicians routinely gave concession speeches. Yes, John McCain actually gave up.
I have a recording that I already did. It's going to be my next Trump prophet video. There's an asshole named Timothy Dixon who can't spell tyrant. And he had a picture of Hitler up there in the Capitol, and he was tyrants will fall. And he was accusing Chuck Schumer of basically being like Hitler.
I think we throw.
But
I
he
think we.
can't even spell tyrant, and he's a prophet.
I truly think we throw that around too willy nilly. You were the one who said like we should reserve that for the people who actually are, you know. And it bothers
people
me.
who suck up to Hitler and glorify him. You know, you got to be wearing swastikas or doing something straight up Nazi before we should call you a Nazi.
If you give a mouse a Nazi. Yeah, like no, and people do like we just throw it around nowadays. Like most people who call themselves neo-Nazis, they really wouldn't have the stomach to do real Nazi shit. They're really just all talk and there's not really a lot about it. They think that they're behind an ideology because they're romanticizing it. They don't really understand the mindset, you know. Like,
I grew up riding bikes, and when I watch television shows or see what people think it is to be a biker, quote unquote, I laugh. It's play acting. They're like the stuff you see on television is play acting, you know? So I think in today's world, we have stereotypes. Like people, they say, oh, you're this, so you have to be this and this. And like the world is nothing but gray. It is quite literally nothing but gray. And that's the problem.
I think the positive.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think the positive thing we can draw from that is, seems like one way or the other, the world is becoming less violent. Like in my mind, like there's still plenty of violence out there, but people are less prone to violence than they would have been 50 or 100 years ago. I think part of that's because of just the fear of being found out on the internet, or having a video taken of you or whatever. But
well, there's less violence than 100 years ago or 150 years ago, but from like 10 years ago, it's getting more violent. It's going in the opposite direction from the positive way it was going. But yeah, you're right. It's not as bad as it was 150 years ago.
Well, we also have the potential to wipe ourselves out within an hour, and I think the threat of that kind of stops all of us from lining in fields and fighting each other.
Well, that's why Europe has basically had its longest period of peace. Up until Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, there wasn't a major land war in Europe after World War II.
But in a weird way, I feel like we're repeating that era. We are slowly, in a lot of ways, we are repeating that era. Financially, we're headed to a major recession here in America. So we're going to repeat the 20s all over again. There were less people.
We got shitheads who want to relive the shit days. We got shitheads who want to bring us back before Roosevelt because they've been singing the Archie Bunker song. We need a man like Herbert Hoover again. And then you realize Herbert Hoover sick tanks on war pensioners and was like, total laissez-faire will solve everything. But total laissez-faire led to the 29 collapse.
But Carl Schwab and the WEF has got a lot to do with what's going on too.
And then you got Vladimir Putler, who you heard of the Wagner group, right? Yeah. Wagner was Hitler's favorite composer. So
Wagner, yes.
If you want to know what a communazi is, well, even though they're ideologically opposed to each other, Vladimir Putin is what you would get if you had a communazi. So he wants to reconstitute the USSR, and they're funding hard right-wing organizations and some left-wing organizations all over, but mostly hard right-wing because they tend to be the most violent and crazy right now.
I don't know, except for what happened in Atlanta today that was all Antifa.
What happened in Atlanta?
30 people who were throwing Molotov cocktails at a police training exercise.
Do you know what's really funny? Here in LA, at a police graduation, Snoop Dogg marched with like 75, like a giant group of people, and they went up and gave the cops hugs. That's insane. So they were throwing Molotov cocktails at the cops.
Yeah,
And I'm not pro cop. I'm just saying. I'm just stating facts.
That's
Was that?
and I don't know.
Oh, go ahead.
I don't
Amanda.
know why. I know that there are cops who abuse their power. I don't know why people want to defend the abuse of power. And then there are cops who try to do their jobs. And I don't know why people want to abuse the good cops. And I don't know why people can't actually like sit down like adults and just deal with this, the situation. It's all its complexity.
Do you think it's human? Do you think we're violent by nature?
We're garbage monkeys and we sling shit at each other constantly. So, yes.
Why can't we be like?
There's like a dominance like thing going on there, where when you make a person a cop, when you give them a sense of authority and a position that is authoritative, right? Yeah, I was trying to make that word up. All of a sudden, you will start to see that person's weaknesses is the first thing that's going to come to light, right? Because you're going to see how they run with that ball, that ball of power, if you will, right? That air of authority. Now, all of a sudden, it's going to expose any of their weaknesses as a human being. And then we have to be more objective in seeing, can we help this person overcome these weaknesses to be a better agent of law enforcement, or are they just going to become a problem in the long term? Because it seems like we've taken like the Catholic Church route and been like, oh, he did something naughty over here, let's ship him off to another place and hope he doesn't do it again, and instead of actually dealing with these problemed police officers.
I agree with you. Honestly, I've talked about it so much in the past 3 years, I don't even know what the solution is anymore. Like, part of me just wants to move out to the woods, or like that guy who owns a plane out in the middle of nowhere in Oregon.
oh yeah,
Phoenix, I know you know what I'm talking about. I want
do.
to go live there. If he ever sells that, let me know. I will go. So I'm going to shame myself really quickly. I use my Husqvarna Viking so much that I have ground down the plastic on my Viking. If I was to pull it out to wind the bobbin, I can't pop it back into place. So now I use my baby lock as a bobbin winder. Because these guys were made in the same factory and they have the same plug, even though they're made from completely different companies. It's sad, but clone machines, especially modern machines, they're basically all made in the same factory. Sorry, please continue. I didn't mean to kill the conversation.
Oh, you're okay.
It's all right.
That's the only convenient thing about modern sewing machines, is that if you lose a cord, I have 1,000 other of the same one.
So I don't know what y'all are working on now. I noticed we're talking about making hats initially. Do you think a sewing machine is the best method for fabricating a hat or repurposing a hat, or would I want to hand stitch something like that?
It depends on what you're going for.
I was gonna say that too, because some of them you don't even need too much sewing. Some of the leather ones, you just heat the leather and mold it, and there's no sewing involved. So
Yep.
completely depends on what you want to do.
I was actually trying to repurpose a couple of baseball caps to make something that might be kind of ridiculous, but it's just an idea I've had for a long time. I don't know what the style of the hat is, but like the Sherlock Holmes type hat, like making one of those.
Oh, I'm here for that all day long.
We have some examples of failures that we can display.
I could show you a sea of failures. I've been trying to make hats, and I've been learning the hard way that if you don't buy specifically the certain interfacing that you need, it's just gonna come out as a top hat every time.
So you might need millinery buckram.
Have you ever made any kind of like novelty hats where you got stuff stuck on them?
I made my mom had breast cancer, and I made a hat for her because we weirdly had the same head size. And I made it extra thick so she could put all her like chemo warrior pins on it. But I've never made a hat that like, no, because I'm trying to think. And she also wanted this specific style to cover her head when she was bald. So I would make her these skull caps. And I would say something, but I don't know if it's necessarily politically correct, so I won't say on stream what I used to call them. But they look like they're from a different culture. But no, I'm trying to think if I ever, because I'm so obsessed with like kufis and certain styles, I'm more into like I don't know, it depends.
Ears, beer cans, radios, flashlights.
I have a belt for that.
That's different. Like, I'm in the process of making a steampunk sewing machine, but I have yet to not overpower the machine to the point where it's going to break the machine. Because I know how to regulate the steam and everything. But
a coal-powered sewing machine.
Yeah. What's that?
So wait, I'm wondering if Mark is talking about sodium bicarbonate. I think is the thing we use to clean out like wine vats and organic waste in processing plants. Is that the bicarb soda?
I think so. I think that's exactly.
Isn't that just baking soda?
Yes.
Super glue is super brittle. It's not made for machinery. It's not, and that's another thing. I need to figure out what hat glue they use too. Have you ever made a Peter Pan hat? That's not a bad idea. But I'm gonna tell you the honest truth. And I don't even know how to say this nicely. Michael Jackson ruined Peter Pan for me. And ABC had this weird special. I can't remember what the show was called, but they dealt with all of the characters, and basically to become Pan, he did these really evil things, and so it completely changed the ideal of Peter Pan for me. But I am down to dress like men in tights.
Yeah, the original Peter Pan is pretty dark. The original Peter Pan is pretty dark. Like
what Peter Pan did as a grown man to become Peter Pan was gross.
Yeah.
So that's what they're trying to ruin it with the newest version of it.
Oh, it's gross. They brought back the original, and it's
I was going to ask about that.
They basically, and like Captain Hook is the hero at first. And he becomes a villain because he's stuck in never hell if you're an adult. You imagine eternity. Eternity would be awful. Like if you lived forever and were able to retain the knowledge. I don't know. Would you want to live forever?
No. I wind up screaming in my car just remembering the past decade of bullshit that went on.
I agree with you, Kilroy. Disney has, between Pinocchio, even though I will say Bambi scarred me as a kid.
Oh yeah, Bambi was fucked up.
And
like
Fox
the
and
question
Hound.
of eternity. Oh yeah, Fox and the Hound was really sad. the question of eternity, like that's like the question with religion. It's like, would I want to live forever? Well, in the life I'm in now, probably not. Like eventually, I'm sure I'd have like some good stuff, but like is it going to be eternally a struggle, a conflict,
Yes.
or is it going to be eternal bliss? Do I get heaven? Like that's like why people want to believe they're going to live forever in happiness, in bliss. That's the only way it works.
Clothes I could
Otherwise, you're
make.
like,
What's that, Phoenix?
I was gonna say, with all the clothes I could make, that might be bliss. All right, can I show off these new pants?
Of course. Hold on me really quick. I'll make you big. I'm like slowly widening
These
this.
pants
button.
need a screen of their own.
Yes, those are awesome.
I just have to figure out how to do up the front corset because I have enough that the corset that's fudged up, I'm going to remake it and have a matching riding corset to go with my riding pants.
Awesome.
So I might put eyelets and tie them up in the front just because I can.
I agree with you, Kilroy. Living forever, human beings do repeat the same cycle over and over. Like we're literally repeating what our predecessors did 100 years ago. Right now.
That's interesting, and I wonder if, like we were talking about earlier, do you think older people start to lose their minds because they see younger people doing the same shit they did, and there's nothing they can do to stop it? They're just like, this is crazy.
And I'll tell you why. When I got on Twitter and I saw Holocaust deniers, I was like, how can this be real? But my generation was brought to the Museum of Tolerance. I knew people that were survivors. So I met people who dealt with that, So I had a view on history. This generation is so far removed from that. It's scary to me. How many generations removed,
The Nazis are trying to do it again. I believe it was the state of Oklahoma or Missouri basically said, if you're a school board, your school books cannot depict Nazis as people of low moral character. Because that will make the kids woke. They'll believe that Nazis are bad.
I just don't get denying history. Like, better or for worse, we need to learn history, is my thing.
Those who don't want you to remember history are the ones who want to repeat it.
I think it's also true. History is one of the hardest subjects to teach and make it interesting, at least in my experience. Like, because to me, it when you're talking about like what you're saying, godless sewing, like, is that basically we're hearing the same story repeat itself over and over again. You're just like, oh, now they've got clubs. Oh, now they've got guns. Oh, yeah, and it's just the same shit over and over again. It becomes really uninteresting at some point, but then you kind of become a bit apathetic to the fact that these were your people. At some point, these are the people who created us. They're our predecessors.
I think that's part of my problem is like I feel like Shaun of the Dead sometimes. I'm like everything's going like the world's on fire around me and there's really nothing I can do about it. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna make overalls. I'm gonna make pants because the world's on fire. Like in the end, all I can do is just not join the craziness. And trust me, I've tried a few times, but oh, I missed that. Do you know, I need to make another video on how to thread a sewing machine because I've been getting a few oh, you've missed that step. So I feel like it's time for a new and improved how to use a sewing machine video. Oh, crud. What did I do? Oh, see, this bobbin is definitely on some not today bobbin stuff.
Are you trying to wind it the wrong direction and then feed it into the bobbin hold?
I think I did that
again. I hate when I do that. I still have to look at the picture on my Kenmore, and I've had that machine for 20 years, and I'm like, is this the right way?
I'm like that. Like I appreciate in all the older sewing machines that they put directions inside of the sewing machine. Because at least I know how to thread all my my older Sears Kenmores. Oh, that's how I know. So I'm thinking about making another hat because I'm in this really weird hat phase. I have fallen in love with the big goofy Jamiroquai hat.
Right, and practice makes better.
Exactly. And I ran through a ton of felt. So now I'm on to like trying to make a classy one. So this is my classy Jamiroquai. I keep on trying to make like a smaller brim, but it just comes out like an ugly bowler. Let me show you my oh. So as a sewing enthusiast, Phoenix, do you have any practice heads?
I don't. That is something I don't have on my collection. Sally would look much better with a head on rather than just a body.
Yeah. I have 3 practice heads.
I haven't made hats though, and if I'm knitting something, I don't need a head to model it on.
Thank you, Butterfly. Thank you. The way we teach history is so dull. It's true. It is nothing but wars and dates. I agree with you. The brim is, as you have it. Thank you. Thank you. my my Undertaker hat was a 100% success. Like I took my time, I made sure. So this one, I love this hat. Oh, Chaos dropped out. I absolutely love
Oh,
this
that
hat.
that just I can picture the pointy nose and the glasses on with that, like the plague doctor.
Oh yeah, I do. I did make a plague mask as well. You know what? That's a this was a 100% failure today. I couldn't sleep, and so I got bored.
It needs
I'm
some more pins or patches.
oh man, this is so bad. It's like covering my eye. There we go. This is more of a cap. I can like put my cowboy hat on over this one. It's because I bought way too much interfacing, and so I feel like I have to use it. I should save it for another project for another day, but I
Right,
keep
because isn't that like lapels, or you can use that on your jackets?
true, true.
One thing
I love you, Trusty Ape. You're always welcome on my channel. Always.
one thing that makes teaching history harder is that it's hard to get people sometimes to relate to what does this mean to me. And in cultures with strong oral traditions, there tends to be more giving a shit about history, almost to the point of it becomes insane. Like
Do you know
in
my
certain parts of the world, like the Arab world or with Jews, history is a bit more popular.
well, it's also like even in my own family, history was extremely important because people they're shocked that I know so much details about both sides of my family, but like I just got lucky because I come from people who cared about where they came from, and so they kept records or they found the people who kept the records.
Well, that would be family culture. And
Yeah,
you can't
exactly.
export family culture to everyone in the society. I found out that the hard way. I'm like rattling on about stuff, and they're like, "How do you know all this?" Like, because I gave a shit, but all my coworkers never gave a shit.
That's like my father was a black man from Georgia, and he was the historian for the Hispanic side of my family. And so all the Hispanic people still come to me because my dad basically wrote a book about the other side because he did. There is a man, excuse me, I don't want to dox myself too hard, but there is a man who is in my bloodline who has my exact name, and he's a professor at the Ohio State University. And his PhD, he earned his PhD on our bloodline. So I know a lot because this man gave the entire family blood tests. He went to Africa, he went to Italy, he went to Spain. Like, he earned his PhD. So I got lucky because this person did a lot of the legwork. Liz, be careful. It's a full moon. Do you think that effect is real?
Yes.
I had an uncle who was a cop.
Cops say it is.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say
And at the
my
emergency rooms too.
my a-hole uncle would always say, like, regardless of what you believe in, when there's a full moon, like, people, they get funky.
I think it has to do more with the amount of light available and people being active than gravity.
Mm-hmm. I've always been good at learning stuff myself, so people always think I have multiple degrees, but nope, I just soak up knowledge. I totally get it. Lunar monkeys? Totally. I'm one of those people, I try not to put too much fluff or too much like magic hand wavy voodoo behind it, but there is something to be said about when this happens, people go crazy.
Well, yeah. That's why I said I don't think it has to do with gravity. I think it has to do with the amount of light available and people being more willing to be active. Just something subconscious.
Totally.
Because
like,
the difference in what you will weigh, you know, a full moon versus a new moon is less than the weight of a gnat.
Oh, wow.
So it has to be like light or something. I'm sorry if I ran over you.
Oh, no, please continue. I'm threading this machine and it's like, it's not wanting to cooperate. Do you know what's funny? When I'm sitting here by myself, I can thread a sewing machine in like less than like 15 seconds. When I'm on stream, I fumble and bumble. Then I go back.
Performance anxiety. I know. I was like trying to get this bobbin thread, and I'm like, I can't see the hole to put the thread in.
But when I'm by myself, I'm like talking to my kid on the phone, watching TV. You know what I'm saying? Like doing multiple things, and I could do it in my sleep. But you're right. It is performance anxiety.
I know. If I tried to do a live stream doing the Blender stuff, I wouldn't look like I knew what the fuck I was doing. And whenever I try to record it, I get nervous.
I know what you're saying. Same. Not too many people know this, but I have a second channel. And on my second channel, I put my bloopers up because I curse a lot. And I wanted people to know that I'm a real human being, because a lot of people, they see me in my videos and they think I'm this bubbly, like lovey-dovey guy. And I don't wake up like that. That is caffeine and just positive people in my life.
Rage.
Yeah. Like, I am lucky. I just have positive people in my life that tell me to breathe. But on my
I have anger issues. I will flip out and curse, and I have one of the foulest mouths, and
I do as well. It's here, let me see. Can I go to YouTube? Well, yeah, I can while I'm on StreamYards. I can't even. What is the name of the channel? Is it Sewing and Ranting with Godless Sewing?
Don't you have it hooked up in your studio to switch your account?
No, because this channel is successful and that one only has 33 subscribers last time I checked.
Oh, that's still more than I have.
And like I didn't for some reason, honestly, YouTube has been messing with me lately. That's why I haven't been rushing to make a video, because right now in my YouTube studio, it says my last video has almost 1,000 views, and if you look, it only says it has 200.
Yeah, they are doing something funny about like way pushing shorts, and it's so funny. One of the law tubers met with his one of the YouTube liaisons, and they were like, "You should do live streams," and he's like, "That's all I do."
I'm looking up the channel right now. Mark Mark Short. I'm looking up the channel right now.
Oh, Trusty, wait, we're not supposed to fucking curse on this fucking channel. Shit, fuck.
You know what it is? It's I correct myself because when my son was younger, I didn't want him to have a foul mouth like me. And you know what? It worked because he doesn't. So it worked. I am subscribed to so many people. This is crazy. I know she took her channel down. And I'm still subscribed to them. Sorry.
I have 87 subscribers, and in the last 24 hours, I got 50-something views on the last video. So the algorithm gave me a double. It started promoting it out of the blue again.
Oh man, I need to stop subscribing to those ALF channels.
Yeah, because eating cats is bad.
I am weirdly nostalgic. So like if it's a show, like I still watch Out of This World. Would you like to wish on a star? Whoa, whoa. I still watch that.
Do you remember that episode of ALF where ALF basically contacts the Oval Office and the FBI come knocking at the door?
Yes.
And there was another episode where they made the joke about praying to the porcelain god at the porcelain altar. His name was Steve.
Oh man, ever since I quit drinking, I no longer call Earl or Ralph at all anymore. And it's a glorious life. I'm gonna pull up my channel in a second. Let me click on these. I'm subscribed to 9 exactly. That's my problem. It took me a while to find my own channel because I'm subscribed to so many people on YouTube. I like variety. I watch things that are out of my realm, people I don't agree with. I don't necessarily hate watch, but I watch people that I don't agree with. Or like Rabbi Abrams, he has educated me so much on like even people I consider my own people, you know, like he showed me the Jews of Mexico. He was literally talking about a town that my grandfather lived in and like basically named him as one of the people that were exiled, you know. And I was like, wow, you're talking about someone I'm related to. It brought history to life, you know, and I would have never clicked on that channel if I was closed-minded, you know. Okay, so I have to warn you, I repeat myself a lot and I might stop the end of the video and I'll go to another one, but it's kind of cringy because I started off like showing my bloopers, but one night I snapped because I was streaming with a bunch of people who didn't appreciate me. And I put it in my thing of like, no, you mother effers don't appreciate me. I work hard. Like it's not easy to make clothes. YouTube is not for the faint of heart. It is not for the faint of heart. But I'm going to try to pull it up because I'm a professional YouTuber. It makes me laugh whenever you say that, like whenever you're like, oh, like a professional YouTuber.
I stole that from Emily D. Baker. She's like, she took whoever saying WAP and she instead of the original, it's we are professionals. And I'm like, yep, we're whopping it around here.
I'm about to, it's called, hold on, let's see if this works. Can you guys see it?
Yes.
There it is. Sewing and ranting with godless sewing. So this channel is not for the faint of heart. And a lot of the songs, now that all my stuff's erased, I'm glad I made this channel because, and, there's a Slayer video in here. I'm going to tell you, it shows gory stuff. Slayer is not for the faint of heart. So if you click on it, like trigger warning, it's 3 videos and Repentless is hardcore. Like it's in prison. Slayer is no joke. Let me find the video. Oh, that's all right. That's when I say all right, 1,000 times. Okay. So, okay, here we go. Let me can you hear it?
Yes.
Teeth.
Yep.
All Jack. Beard. Bad teeth. All up right here. All right. Better. How's it going? I'm Godless Sewing, and this is the Godless Sewing channel. And as usual, I say I've outdone myself, but you know, I'm always striving to be better. They cannot always be winners, as we say, God, that was fucking terrible. And remember, a real alpha male wears a onesie. All right, let's get this shit. Recently, someone I really love and respect asked me if I had been turned, and I told her, I'm not a vampire. You know, stop gendering clothes. Always be, no, that's fucking dumb. How's it going? I'm Godless. I'll swallow it. Like your girlfriend did.
Gross. Oh God.
How's it? All right, no, that's. This is Godless Sewing saying don't forget to like and subscribe. And remember, this channel is all about sewing, having fun, a little bit of mayhem, and definitely living your life like Gina Davis. I still feel that way. And new embroidery. Fuck. Kept going
Can I live
until
my
it
life
worked.
as Betty Davis instead?
Not rocket science. Oh, that's fucking stupid. All
And
this,
I mean,
the
do not
singer
feel
hand job.
bad.
What's
I
that?
take about 20 takes for a line of a recorded video.
Oh, I'm awful. And you know what? I can't believe it. I admit I had to start writing scripts because I'm really bad because I repeat myself over and over. So that's where all the FFs come from. And yes, I miss that. This jacket has shoulder pads. Could you imagine how boring your life has to be to sit around and judge other people? Get a sewing machine. It will change your life.
Right, because then you'll just sit around judging yourself.
Exactly. This fuzzy hat is glorious. Okay, I was lying. That was a complete failure. It's so high that it's probably illegal in your state. This hat. All right. Fucking Judy Garland, bro. One take. Go get baked. All right. Let's go. One take, Judy. Ow, mother clucker. This part's actually funny. Oh, you can see my VCR combo behind me. Hello? Oh, fuck. Robots. You know, it is ironic that an entire generation that prank called people are being plagued by prank calling robots. Just saying. I'm going to be talking about how to thread a blah, 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 blah. Let's do that again. Oh, fuck. That's fucking. That's me. No, finger guns are fucking terrible. All right. So my second channel is called Sewing and Ranting with Godless Sewing. You guys should all go like and subscribe. I have a ton of terrible videos on there. And now that I erased all my stuff, I am so glad I kept this channel. My bloopers go on forever because I have a ton of bloopers. And I the one that has Matthew McConaughey on it, I say all right a lot. And I didn't realize how much I say all right until I started editing. And I've had to correct my English since then. It's not for the faint of heart. And my Judy Garland thing is, okay, so I watched this documentary about Judy Garland, and she was famous for walking in, smoking a cigarette, drinking a cup of coffee. She would do one take, walk around the room, and leave. Like Judy Garland had stuff to do. That channel, the end of that video, I go off. I lose it at the end of that video. I erased, well, okay, it's saved into an 8 terabit file, but for some reason my computer will no longer let me access it. So I'm locked out of almost 3 years of material. And like, I felt a loss at first. Like I was mourning for like a couple of days, but I'm over it. Like, honestly, I'm ready for a reboot. I'm ready for a reboot. I miss your outro, godless sewing. I'm slowly coming back. I honestly, the internet chewed me up and spit me out. So I had to learn the ropes. You can't trust everybody. I'm a little bit too nice sometimes. But I've learned. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you're back, Liz. You need like road flares and like I'm gonna give you my taser.
An avalanche detector.
Yeah, exactly. I weirdly just watched that episode of MacGyver.
I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to get something to drink, so don't
Okay.
be freaked out.
Okay. If a cupcake starts dancing again. Yeah, Butterfly, it was catastrophic at first, but like I think I can retrieve it. And even if not, my videos are out. And the one thing that dawned on me when I'm sitting here like ready to like just quit, I was like, wait a minute. Every single piece I've ever made is still in my closet. Everything. So all this stuff is still here, you know? Everything is here. So yeah, I should have took a computer class instead of sewing. How's sewing coming along?
It's going. I've put Brynhild to bed, and now we're on to the second half of the eyelets. And I regret that so we've got half of the eyelets sewn. And if I'd known I was going to have to hand sew them, I would have completely used my awl, but instead I wanted them to be the same size, so I punched out holes. So this is practice copy 1, so it's going to look great, but it's the first version of this corset, so there's lots of learning has happened.
Oh, here at the Godless Sewing Channel, we are all about learning.
But it fits
I should
so
call this.
cute.
That's awesome.
Oh, I love it. Oh, it's going to be so
Oh, hold on,
adorable.
let me make it big.
Okay,
There we go.
here's one half. And then if we put the...
Awesome.
Now I can ride horses in my corset.
Awesome. Yes, godless computering doesn't sound.
Fair. Oh, thinking of another. Have you ever used the woven iron-in stay tapes?
Not recently.
Okay.
Not in a long time.
Okay, so I could just stay stitch and not have to spend money on things I don't really need.
I'm kind of on that new today, because what you were talking about, the whole so frugal thing, that was made for someone like me. I am Captain like Goodwill and old Prince anyways. Like, you know, most of the fabric I originally bought was came from thrift stores.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Allie.
And thank you. I have to look at the name of the channel, the Sewing and Ranting with Godless Sewing channel. Thanks to everyone who has recently subscribed. If you want to see me freak out and curse, and I'm a human, and I think that's the one thing I wanted to show is that like we are like, all of us are nothing but mistakes, you know, like I'm a human being. I make mistakes, you know, I curse, you know, like it's okay to make mistakes. And anyone who claims perfection, you scare me. You scare me. And yes, as a non-Dallas Cowboys fan, I am about to fix this Dallas Cowboys jersey because the stars are popping off. And I just happen to have a sewing machine.
We can't be losing our stars.
You know what's so sad? I said this yesterday on your channel. Like, when I was a kid, I wanted this jersey so bad, but my parents were not into spending money on useless things. So needless to say, I did not get the jersey.
But you have it now, so that's all that matters.
Oh, and I'm all about secondhand stuff. And it's Ricky Williams. So he was a total washout of the NFL. He got convicted for smoking pot back when it wasn't legal to smoke pot in the NFL. But this Cowboys jersey is going to look awesome when I'm done with it. I'm going to reinforce the star. Do you know what's so funny? One of my dream jobs is working. I used to say working for the Kings, but I would work for any hockey team. She has good books. Okay. I love the sewing and ranting. It's been a while. I need to start posting on that again. Yeah, the other channel just got. Thank you. That was like because I'm so like bubbly and happy on my channel. I wanted people to know that I'm a real human being, you know, who makes mistakes and curses. And I truly do not trust people if you don't have a vice or two. And buying and fabric hoarding is a vice.
Yeah. I know I had to stop myself. I'm like, you're doing so frugal. You have enough material, enough projects. You do not need to stop at the Goodwill on your way home from work today. Go straight home. Do not pass the Goodwill.
Isaiah's good for that. He's such a good kid. He'll look at me and be like, we'll like be in the neighborhood and he's like, we're not going to Goodwill, are we? He instantly turns into my mother. Instantly starts asking passive aggressive questions.
I'm not in the mood for walking around roosters again today, Dad.
It depends. Like he loves going to the Army Navy surplus store because they have like a Jeep in the front and half a tank, especially the one in Hollywood. But they've really upped their prices, so we don't go there as often.
Right.
And like the $2 store is now the $10 store.
I know, and it used to be the 5 and dime.
Yeah, we still have one here. We have a 5 and below here. I can see why I got this jersey for $5, but that's okay.
Right. Oh, that's funny, Killer. Do not pass go. Do not pass the Goodwill to buy more projects. Exactly.
Thank you, Commander. That is my name, is over ambitious projects. Like I go out of my way, like, oh, I don't have time, but I'm gonna buy this sewing machine that's gonna take like 15 hours to fix.
Right.
I don't have any
15
time
hours
on
to
my-
diagnose the problem and then to wait for another 6 weeks to wait for parts.
Exactly. Especially in the modern era, because I can like Amazon most parts. That's the one thing I've learned about collecting vintage sewing machines, is that the parts are still out there if you're willing to pay through the nose.
Yeah, let's see here. I'll catch up on the chat for you. Allie said that one time you don't stop is when you have a bolt of Harris tweed for $5 a roll. Oh my God, right.
Wow.
Oh, Kilroy, I love the shit out of the Army surplus stores, but they've gotten really expensive since I was a kid. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been to one.
Oh, it's unreal. They have charge unreal prices. So basically, you have to join the military to get the stuff now.
Right. And even then, you still have to pay for your shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sad. Like, because I buy a lot of patches and stuff. Like, I especially like odd patches or in before I really, really got into Amazon, because I was anti-Amazon, believe it or not. I was all about buying stuff from mom and pop shops. But unfortunately, when you do that, you limit yourself.
Right.
because there's a giant world out there, and even though I live in LA County, like maybe I want a patch that's from Ohio or Oregon, and some of the best patches I've ever seen in my life were in downtown Portland because they still have a punk scene.
Mm-hmm.
So before that, military army surplus stores were the best because they had all the biker patches. But the prices are unreal. Yesterday at the SWAT meet, I got a Sinaloa patch, a Diabolita patch. Isaiah got 2 American Punisher patches because he's in his weird Ben Shapiro phase. And that was almost $20. The guy gave me a discount. It was basically like $15, but like the guy, because he wanted to take a picture of this patch. And so he's like, all right, I'll give you a discount because I know what he's going to do. He took a picture of my patch, then he's going to Amazon it and order 75 of them, you know? But patches are unreal. I was shocked because I've been making my own patches for so long. I'll be back in a few minutes. I subscribed to the other channel. Thank you. See, now I'm gonna have to. Well, no, my content was erased. If I ever do get back to my content, there's one really funny point in my video there where I'm like, why can't I speak English? There's some genuine godless sewing moments in there where I am like, I genuinely am frustrated. Because YouTube's weird if you think about it. We're literally like I'm in a room yelling at a stick on a box. A box on a stick. Like my I look at my camera and I'm like, this is like if there was a non-objective eye in there and it was just me, it would be me ranting in a room alone, you know. I can't believe how expensive patches have gotten. I remember they used to be super cheap, like max $1, yes, unless it was really, yes. That's my thing too. I think because I remember the old prices, it's unreal. I am the faint of heart, so I will say here if I go to the other channel, that there's no Santa. You know what? A lot of it is it's still bubbly. It's just I that's like the other side of Mr. Rogers is that channel.
Said where he comes home and has a gin and tonic and is smoking a cigar.
Yeah. And a lot of people don't know, like the Mr. Rogers was a Nam sniper. He was in Nam, like you know, that man. Mm-hmm. He knew how to fire a firearm. You know,
my friend, let's see, one of my friends' grandfather's fathers was an Episcopalian minister who knew him, and he was just as nice in real life as he was on the show.
A man like that had no natural predators, though. Like, I have a friend. She is the sweetest human on earth, and I could never see someone being mean to her, you know? Mm-hmm. Like, I always say, oh, life is attitude. Like, she, no matter what, she's just the sweetest person. Sewing and ranting. That's BS. That's an urban legend. What's an urban legend? I am where I'm from.
Maybe about Mr. Rogers, because if Killer is from Pennsylvania, Mr. Rogers was from Pittsburgh, so they might have the lowdown on the Mr. Rogers sitch.
Everything I heard, everything that I'm saying, I heard, and the only real footage I've ever seen is him with a Nom hat on. I'm Nom hat with a helmet on. That's the only thing I've ever seen. I couldn't see him burying people, but somebody also heard an urban legend that under his sweater were nothing but spiderweb tattoos on both shoulders. But you have to know, I live in the land of gangsters who tell stories over giant blunts.
Right. So everything's a giant tattooed fishtail.
Oh, Paul Bunyan has nothing on people from East LA. Are you kidding me?
Oh my God, have you been to the Trees of Mystery? No, it's before the Trees of Mystery. No, at the Trees of Mystery, that giant Paul Bunyan statue.
Yes. And that reminds me, there are weird places I want to make pilgrimage to, and I want to go to the Paul Bunyan statue in Brainerd. I believe it's either Minnesota or Wisconsin from Fargo, the movie. I want to go see that. I want, and you know it's funny, because I've been to Minnesota. I know it's out in the middle of nowhere, probably on the frozen tundra, like out in the middle, like 3 hours up the highway. You know.
Yep.
There's a bunch of weird museums I want to go to. There's a bunch. Like all the yarn museums, all the sewing machine museums.
Oh, the Pendleton Weaving Museum. Is that a real
Oh.
thing?
Is it?
I thought Pendleton had something about their mill. Maybe I'm making it up.
I went to a rodeo there 20 something years ago, had the time of my life and don't remember the third day. Had the time of my life. If you're ever in Northern Oregon, go to the Pendleton Roundup. And I don't care what people say, like, oh, like I grew up going to NASCAR races. No one ever said a word to me. People were kind, and I still watch NASCAR. Like, I had the time of my life at the Pendleton Roundup. And weirdly, I went to a rodeo in Los Angeles, and I saw Warren G, the rapper.
Thank you, Liz.
Oh, sorry. Let me make you big. Yay. Oh, that looks great.
Yeah, we'll ignore the back where I need a good press and to finish the French seam, but we'll forget about that part for right now because this part looks great.
My name is nothing but unfinished projects. That is like
Ooh, a Pendleton Lace Museum. I could do me some nice lace.
I have a Pendleton. I have my grandfather's old Pendleton bathrobe, and I feel like that thing should be in a museum.
That it is not moth-eaten and is still in wearable condition for sure.
I wear it. It's the one I wear in my videos when I'm doing my Fight Club thing where I walk up to myself. That's the one where that's the one I'm wearing. And that thing is, it's from the 50s or 60s, and it's still bright green and plaid.
Wow.
Yeah, well made. There's a Pendleton. Oh, okay. I'm too much of a nerd to go to. Okay. So I constantly say how I'm obsessed with carnival food. There is no better place than a rodeo to go for carnival food. They don't care about cholesterol at rodeos.
No. Or at least the audience, I think the riders have to, or they'll too big for their horses.
As somebody, you would not want to be bucked around on a horse on a full stomach. Let's just
Definitely.
as someone who has been thrown, you do not. You eat breakfast after you ride the horse. After practice.
Right.
Oh, that's gonna look
Right. It's
so.
one cup
awesome.
of coffee, you pee, and you get riding.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna look so awesome. I'm actually cleaning up a jersey. I need to look up what years this man played for the team because I need to know what year this is from. Oh, that's so funny. You know, I'm really not into football or I still watch a ton of hockey, but believe it or not, I know a ton of Raiders fans. I used to take the kid on the
Like
road.
you're from LA.
Yeah. When he was younger, he used to love them until he got kicked. Yes.
Oh, Mutton Busted riding the sheets. That is the shit.
Yeah. Definitely.
Oh,
You
Mutton
can say
Busted.
hi.
Hey, Hands.
You're missed, but I have to use this. I'm gonna have to start using the second computer to edit because Apple has let me down, and I know you're watching because in my agreement you said we're watching you. So hi, Apple. We're breaking up, just like Will Smith. How I broke up with Will Smith. Speaking of which, has anyone seen what Chris Rock said about Will Smith?
I didn't, but I heard it was pretty rough. Who's got an echo? Or is it me?
Is it me? I don't hear an echo.
Okay, I do.
No,
No, it's okay. Sorry.
Oh no, sorry.
Do I
long,
have the echo?
no, no, you don't. Long story short, Chris Rock went in on Will Smith, and everybody, like, because a lot of people do not follow Will Smith on YouTube. Will Smith and his wife have YouTube channel, and Jada Pinkett Smith both have YouTube channels. Hi, Tim Cook. Hope you sync your company. They tell you in the agreement, we can go through your stuff and we're watching you and we're going to go through all your pictures to make sure you're not a weirdo. But that's not a weirdo thing. Oh yes, watch parts of Chris Rock's show today. Because I'm an insomniac, man, when that thing hit, I watched it. He went in and Jada Pinkett Smith openly cheated on Will Smith with a child, like a 20 something.
Oh, his kid's friend.
I'm being mean, but I can, like, I call myself a kid all the way up to 25, 26, 27. Like, I still considered myself a child until I was like 29, 30. So I'm not being, sorry, go ahead, Commander.
I think Will Smith's kid actually produced a video where he was whining about how people are losers who go through school.
It's because he grew up a real life because I grew up around people of privilege do not realize that underprivileged people exist. They don't realize the everyday struggle. Like, they don't have to worry about food. They don't have to worry about housing. So they're not on that wavelength. And it's offensive at times when I hear someone like his son speak, because he doesn't realize the rest of the world doesn't live on giant ranches and giant swashes of property. Like, there was recently a video
His
of Jaden.
kid sounds like an idiot.
He's just like the problem is that his parents are new age. Like, Jada Pinkett Smith, if you watch her content, like, she judges people. She's mean. She's like, they air their dirty laundry out. Oh, King scored.
They do, and she never got over Tupac. I think she wishes Will was Tupac and, like, was a real man.
And it really bothered me when she cursed out Snoop Dogg. Like, okay, you dated Tupac. Okay, Snoop Dogg hung out with the guy. Like, he was there when Tupac got shot. Like, leave Snoop Dogg alone. Like that was a hard video to watch. That was a hard video. I found out that people who grew up with a silver spoon in their mouth are special kinds of nuts. So I agree because they've never had to struggle. They've never had to be like, man, where am I going to sleep tonight? Like, oh man, am I going to be able to pay rent at the end of the month? And like, it creates a different type of character. Or people that, man, you think I want to get up every day and go to work? You know, so the problem with Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith is that they air their dirty laundry, and then they constantly say, like, oh, we're the standard for the black family and blah, blah, blah. No, you are not. You are not the standard for anyone. The average person will never have as much money as them. She basically stopped acting. She's been in how many movies since she's married Will Smith? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I can't think of anything.
She was in The Matrix. She was in oh wow, I'm really gonna fail on this one. She was in, like, I can't remember now.
Right, nothing noteworthy recently.
My problem with Jada Pinkett Smith is she's just brusque, and she's very like, as human beings, we have the right to have private lives. And so I think it's weird when people share every intimate detail of their life. And Jada Pinkett Smith is an overshare. I'll leave it at that. And so because of that, we know their business. We know that she dated a 20-something-year-old child. And I'm saying that just to be dramatic, but that's gross to me. Like, at my age, I couldn't see myself dating someone that's 21. I'm sorry.
No, they don't know anything, and what are they going to talk about? Like,
yeah,
anime and hentai? Like, I don't even get it.
And I think it's weird to date someone that you could have potentially been their parent. Is that weird? Am I weird?
No, I think that just seems reasonable. Well, wasn't that the same guy with the author for Dilbert who's getting canceled now?
I saw.
And his girl, but at least I guess she's like a professional. She is an airline pilot, has a whole bunch of like credits to her name, and I guess she really is 35, but she looks like she's 25.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, if you want to date a 35-year-old, and again, I am no one to judge anything, but if you put your business out there, people are gonna. I watch countless hours of men who watch Housewives, who watch these shows and critique people. Like, no, y'all are crazy. Like, I get it, but if in LA County, if you walk up and slap somebody, you're gonna go to jail. Okay, it is. You can't touch people in California. It is illegal to touch people. If you bump into somebody and they were like, "I don't like that," they could call that assault where I live.
I know, and he didn't even get what punishment or retribution, or not retribution, but
The cops made a token trip to his house because people were about to riot. Because the locals were like, "Hey, wait a minute. There are people in jail right now for doing less than what
Right.
Will Smith did."
I know, and he didn't even get any paid or time off work for a workplace incident.
Exactly.
Who wrote him up? This goes in your permanent record.
And he's so rich that he ran to India. He's so rich that he can go to like afford to run to a different country. He ran and hid in India. And he couldn't hide because people were taking pictures of him the day he arrived. That's how I know he was in India. My whole point is Chris Rock tore him and his wife a new one. You know what? And Chris Rock even said, like, look, I'm smaller than Will Smith. How come Will Smith didn't beat up the guy that shagged his wife? How come? And Will Smith was dragged by every commentator. Every rapper was calling Will Smith the B word. He didn't say anything to any of those guys, not one of them. And Will Smith is not a little dude. I've seen Will Smith in real life. He's a wall of a human being. And Chris Rock is like the rest of us. He's average size. Chris Rock is probably my height and my size. Alexa, how tall is Chris Rock?
Chris Rock is 5 feet 10 inches tall.
Chris Rock is 5'9". Alexa, how tall is Will Smith?
Will Smith is 6 feet 2 inches tall.
Biker gang. So, that is literally someone. God, Chris Rock and I are the same size. Yeah, Will Smith towers over me. So Will Smith basically slapped someone 100 pounds less than him, and that's weak. That's weak. And in the man code, you don't go after people that are smaller than you. You just don't.
I know, but Killer, you're a giant.
If it makes you feel any better, my sister married someone who's 6'7", so all her children are way too, like I have a family of just giants. Like I'm Uncle Short Guy.
Look, I had a friend who's super tall and he used to say he was like 78 inches, so he had to do the math.
But I think it's so basically Chris Rock, and Chris Rock, he's smart because he's gonna make millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars off of this Netflix special, and he waited, and he's smart, and he waited, and he was methodical about it, and he even said, like, Will Smith knows he can beat me up. I like people who admit that they're not the toughest guy in the world. I like people who know their limits, and Chris Rock's like, no, like, I'm not a tough guy.
I know, but that slap from Will Smith wasn't a tough guy act. I mean, that was a bitch slap.
And it's so funny. Again, in the man world, being slapped is one of the most disrespectful things. I'd rather be spit on than slapped. I'm telling you the truth. Slapping someone is so disrespectful. Like in general, I'm not saying just in general. Like to be slapped is like, like you are below me. Slap, like no. Were you a Will Smith fan at all, Commander?
No, and when I go to watch movies, I don't go for the actors. I go for the story, and if the actors happen to be good, they can make the movie. If they happen to be shit, well, they can hurt it. But if the script is good overall, that's what the movie's about, the story.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. You're right. I do not necessarily follow around actors, but as a kid, like I loved Will Smith. So if Will Smith was in a movie, I would go watch it. Like, I have fall
Fresh
asleep.
Prince of Bel-Air, and then he was the fighter pilot for an Independence Day and
Welcome to Earth.
Men in Black.
Exactly. He had a show called Welcome to Earth. He slap is how they started a gunfight duel. Thank you. Slaps were like finished by gunfights. I
But you used
danced
to do it with your glove too. It wasn't even your hand.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Oh,
bring back shame. Like, let's not hit each other. How about that? Like, shame on you for hitting somebody. Like it's awful. It
but
just trips
people
me out.
don't like shame because it regulates their behavior and keeps them from doing what they want.
I agree with you. It's just so strange to me how he can get away with that. Because again, where I live, if you touch anyone, you're going to jail. No questions asked. They're gonna throw you under the jail. It's kind of like Measure 11 in Oregon, where if you do a certain thing to a person, you're going to jail no matter what. We kind of have laws like that here too. But Chris Rock tore Will Smith a new one, and I am like dying to see Will Smith's reaction, but like he probably won't react to it.
No, he's gonna have Jada write out a script that it's gonna be on her red talk table or whatever, and he's gonna be like, "Here's my feelings. He hurt my feelings."
I
How do
can't
you
stand
feel
her.
about that?
I cannot stand her. I cannot stand her. I wouldn't grab someone from 20 something years ago and hold them to task about something that I wasn't involved with. It just she on Twitter there's this thing about Blueface and Christine Rock, how they're always like, these people need to get off my Twitter. And I feel like that about Will Smith. Like, Will Smith needs to get off my Twitter. I dance Goofy because of him. He was the inventor of freedom of expression, rap, like hip hop dance back in the day, Like, he was part ballet dancer. It's just sad to see the downfall of Will Smith. And Chris Rock told a joke about how he's like, you know what? I paid money to go watch Emancipation to watch Will Smith get beat. Oh, I died. I died when he told that joke. Oh my gosh. In Oregon, is it illegal to go put hands on people where you live? Like, if you were just to walk up to someone and randomly slap them?
I would think
I
you'd get in
haven't-
trouble anywhere.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the statutes recently.
Oh, I was just sending you. I send links out to all, to everybody who comes around. I'm like I said, I was a failure on Instagram, so I'm always on Twitter. Because that's the only site I've actually accumulated an audience on.
Well, if you're gonna do the So Frugal, you'll have to post on Instagram to see if you're gonna win some prizes.
I will. My Instagram, when I open up my Instagram, like cobwebs and like spiders are gonna come out.
The rats are coming out of their hoses.
It sends me messages all the time where it's like, hey, we still exist. These people that you subscribe to, they're posting. But the one thing I really appreciated about Instagram is I fell into a world of Sancisco, slow stitching, and like I met people from around the world who inspired me to make things. Like, I completely did Sancisco and slow stitching on a pair of overalls, and it took me about 6 months I made the patches and everything, like piece by piece. And I absolutely, I guess there are positive attributes to Instagram. But because I always jokingly say, but because I don't show my butt, I just never got famous on Instagram.
Fair. But I've noticed, so I will comment on a lot of the people I like their YouTube stuff, and their YouTubes have so many comments, but there's not a lot of people leaving meaningful comments on Instagram, so I will actually get responses from folks there.
I made friends actually. It's weird. I always make friends with people in Northern California and Oregon. But like I made friends with someone and she actually lives in like real NorCal. But you know, so I made like meaningful relationships with people on Instagram, but it's just it was one of those weird things where I started doing the exact same thing on Twitter and I blew up. You know, it's just you never know. It's weird. I haven't even posted on Twitter in a while because I'm over Elon Musk. You know, the second he took over, all of a sudden everybody was following him. Or his tweets were popping up everywhere. And I'm just like, you're annoying. Please go away. I don't know. Social media in general, at least to me, is kind of going downhill. Am I wrong, or is it just I'm becoming old?
You are correct. It's a combination of everyone is a petulant child, and
Yes.
Russia is encouraging the petulant children to want to kill each other because of the shit that people post on the internet. In fact, like when all the missiles were falling on Ukraine and all the drones were falling on Ukraine, before Elon said some shit that indicated he wasn't really for Ukraine, Operator Starsky said his Starlink worked far better before Elon made an announcement that he didn't like the Ukrainians using drones offensively and you know, as soon as Elon said that, the Starlink started sucking really, really hard.
Have a great night, Alibaba Furball. I thank you for coming through and hanging out with us. You are definitely appreciated. It's easy to mess with your own technology, especially Putin. We do. I'm not condoning anything, but we do the same thing. We have choked countries out and slowly starved countries out. Elon Musk tried to turn himself into Tom. Oh my gosh. I miss Tom compared to Elon. I miss Tom. Have a great night.
I know you're not condoning what Russia's doing. You're just saying that, you know, we've done the same thing to people. We just don't really want them doing it to us.
I'm constantly quoting this book that I read a long time ago. It was called Hatred. And like, war is a funny thing. We will do things to people that we don't want done to us. And we'll say, oh, we'll show all this evidence to say why we're condoning what we're doing. But the second it happens to us, it's a catastrophe. And my contention is human beings should stop trying to hurt each other. And I know that's too much of a Care Bear like way of thinking of things, but I love looking behind why people try to hurt each other, because to me it's senseless. But I'm a bit of a Care Bear, you know, where I'm
just need to start giving out sewing machines.
You know what, like when I say that sincerely, like I don't have the time to hate people because I'm like, I need to make a coat. You know what? There's a tear in my vest, or I'm always
I've got shit going on in my life. Why should I be projecting hatred towards everyone around me?
Absolutely. And that's my thing. Like, I know the world's going in a bad direction. I just try not to follow it sometimes, you know? And again, because I grew up in such a suburban setting, I grew up with people literally of every background that you could possibly think of. And I still hang out with people that I knew in kindergarten, and like it's just weird. Godless Sewing 2024, sewing forever.
And every kid will have a sewing machine before Christmas.
Absolutely. You know what's really funny? When I first started streaming, I used to sit in a chair with my flag behind me, and I would people would call me President Sewing.
No, and I'm like, I'm God sewing instead.
Or like or I would like, you know, because I get trolled by like the hardcore weirdo evangelical Christians. There was one guy, I was sitting in front of the flag and he was like, that's demonic. And I went off. I was like, you will not insult my flag. That was another thing, that it was like a social experiment. When I first put my flag up, people would freak out at my giant, I have a, now it's all covered with, but I have two giant casket flags here. And like it really tripped me out how people would freak out at my sewist of the Kilroy, you just invented something that might either be a patch or a sewist of the United States reporting
Rock
for
out
duty.
with your bobbin out.
Not today, Bobbin. SCOTUS reporting. You know, my real shill is I would love to be one of those grandmas who makes NASA suits. Like I would love to be one of those people who makes space suits.
Oh, with all the fancy shears to cut through all the Kevlar, because you need special materials to even prepare the fabric.
There was a group of grandmas that made the original Apollo suits, and they were made on Singer sewing machines. So Singer actually had a part in going into outer space. So, you know, one step for mankind and a stitch for every sewing machine that's around, I
Fingers
guess.
in space.
And they had to count every single stitch and
Yep.
measure the distances. And it's an involved process. That's why they're worth millions of dollars.
Because I always jokingly say, like, I'll work for any sports team. Because if you look at these jerseys, they're just sewing patches on mesh. It's
Well, that's why
really
they
what
exported it to Indonesia and Bangladesh.
I have a real hockey jersey, and I have a fake one that I bought straight from China for $50, and I wore it to the stadium, and no one could tell the difference. No one, like. So there is something to be said, but after I watched it a few times, I could tell the difference. Well, the real, like these, even this is a knockoff, but these were made to last. So the color stays, they don't fade as much if you properly take care of them, you know? Like whoever originally bought this jersey paid a lot of money for it, you know? Probably came from the same probably.
Right, it
I
was
see
the
that.
difference. Oh, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
I was going to say it was the difference between the 6-year-old and the 18-year-old doing the stitching.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Do you know? Whenever I go to my local dollar store, they have a clothes rack, and like I'm always like, I don't know if an adult made this or a child made this, because I bought a caftan from the 99-cent store and made a video about it because I'm a YouTuber, of course, like a year and a half ago. And I remember looking, like I saw Miss Stitched. They literally like quit on the serger. They're like, all right, the boss isn't looking. I'm done serging. Like I saw so many mistakes, but my thought was, how many did that person make in that day?
Right.
You know, and after a while, like when I worked at that factory in Stockton, you become a robot. You're just standing there doing this all day. Like you literally are, you could start, you know, singing the HMS Pinafore in your head, you know. You could go off to a different realm. Oh, Liz is catching up. Liz is our favorite time traveler here at the Godless Sewing channel. I can't believe I just fixed a Dallas Cowboys football jersey. I cannot believe that I. So back onto my story about the Raiders fans. I am friends with my ex-wife's husband. I absolutely love the guy. So when the Rams were in the Super Bowl, my mom, when I was a kid, she used to take us to Rams games. And for my birthday, she bought me a Todd Gurley Rams jersey. And I like it just because it says Gurley on the back. So, so I'm wearing this jersey and I walked in to go pick up my son. And there were 25 individuals all wearing Raiders stuff. And when I walked in the room, they literally stopped talking. And somebody I've known my entire life looked at me and they're like, what the F? They could not believe I was wearing a Rams jersey. It was like a bad scene out of a movie. But Raiders fans do not play. They do not play around. And that stereotype is real. Because I've been to quite a few football stadiums, and football games are rowdy, but Raiders, like, if you're wearing the wrong colors, don't go there.
So is it more scary to wear the wrong colors at a Raiders game or to wear the wrong colors in the hood?
Oh, the hood. See, here's the thing about LA. Like, those neighborhoods that are scary ones, you wouldn't go down there anyways. Because if
Fair.
you were in a car, you'd be like, oh no, turn around. Like, we've passed the tourist area, you know. It's human devastation, you know. These are not nice neighborhoods. These are some of the scariest places. So, like, I thought LA was the toughest place on earth, and then I went to Baltimore. I'm like, they're burning trash on the street here. Like, this is no joke here.
Oh,
You
it
know.
was like 2005, and there were parts of Overtown that didn't have working sewer systems back from Hurricane Andrew that was in the early 90s.
Really quick, Kilroy, every vitamin and mineral. It's Commander, where you live, is it dangerous where you live? I consider most of America is dangerous. Like, is it?
Well, I feel comfortable going outside. That being said, I want to get the fuck out of the neighborhood in which I'm currently living to a nicer area. But thing is, where I moved, no one wanted to rent to you, no matter the fact that you come in to the area wagging $13,000. And there's a household income of around $4,800 per month, and they are like, I don't want to rent to you because you're not from area. And so basically we had to go to a fucking slumlord, and then they'll rent to you. And now that I am making about over 5,000, grossing over 5,000 a month on a good month, just by myself, not counting my mom and my brother's checks. I'm hoping to get into a building that was built after World War II.
That's crazy. So they basically said because you're not from the area, they're not going to rent to you. Kensington.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I apply. My credit rating was about 760. Nothing. Apply again. Spend hundreds of dollars on applying. Make it very clear to show off the bank balances and the income, and no one responded. They didn't say outright, we're not going to rent to you, but there's no reason why. And considering the area where I'm living in, the economy is shit. Having people who can immediately come in with a $4,800 a month guaranteed income
I'd rent to
and
you.
they got 13,000 cash, it must be because you're not from the area and they want to rent to a local because they think, oh, well, you're not going to actually come. We're going to promise it to you and then you're not going to show up, or they don't even realize you're in the area. So I wound up basically getting rid of my $13,000 on hotel rooms
Oh
while
wow.
the slumlord was renovating the place in which I am living. Oh,
Really
hey,
cool.
we'll have it to you in a month. And it took 3 goddamn months.
Thank you, Butterfly. I I always wanted a jersey like that, so I'm stoked that I fixed an old Dallas Cowboys jersey. I love the hokey stars on the shoulders. I absolutely love it. Do you know, around here we have countless slumlords. In my neighborhood, there is somebody paying almost $4,000 a month to rent a house. In America, even in California, that's unheard of. At least in my area, and the only reason I know this is because I asked a stupid question and he gave me an answer.
Well, I'm paying $2,000 a month. But this is a 6-bedroom house with a full basement. It's not finished, but there's like tons of space. I'm assuming he's paying $4,000 a month for significantly less space.
Yeah, it's a 3-bedroom house, and the funny thing is, what you just described for $2,000, that's a 1-bedroom or a studio here. Like, anything that's 2 bedrooms starts around almost 3 grand nowadays. And the sad thing, and I know this because I know someone that recently had to move, and they basically inherited a house. They got lucky because they couldn't afford their rent anymore because their slumlord upped the rent so much they couldn't afford it anymore. How can you
Well,
rent a house for two? Oh,
this
sorry.
one's just a slumlord because he doesn't actually keep anything up. And I think the only reason why he's continuing to make improvements on this place is I'm the first tenant who could basically sue him into oblivion.
I know what you're saying. I unfortunately have an attorney, and that has deterred a lot of people from coming. I know exactly what you're saying, and it's not a good
Because
thing to have.
the overall household income, this is not mine, and I am the payee for my mom and my brother, so I cannot use their money for me, but I'm getting about 5,000 a month on a good month and about 4 grand on a shitty month, and those two are getting about the same combined. So you have all of that money, you could easily sue him. Granted, we've had tons of stuff where I haven't been, surprises. Where this is like the first month that will be relatively normal financially, where we can start putting money away.
Mhm.
And that's just because I'm driving CDL. If I wasn't driving CDL, then the money would be significantly less. I hope I'm not making other people feel bad because I know that as far as the amount of money I'm making right now, blessed. And that is an awesome hat.
Thank you. No, you shouldn't apologize for being okay, financially okay. Like I'm financially okay. You shouldn't have to apologize for that. Even though I will say I used to talk more in depth, and people hate me because I'm not struggling. So there are some people who will come at you.
We're still not out of the woods because a doctor,
I like that.
we got on the wrong foot, and the doctor wants to shove an in-home help aid and make my mom go on Medicaid, which basically means she can no longer accumulate assets, which And thing is, I have 2 relatives downstairs, one of whom is a certified in-home help aide, and the
Mhm.
doctor doesn't want that particular person who promised to help my mom when we come up here, help her. He wants to use the state to force us to go through an agency when we have a certified in-home healthcare aide who's an RN who's willing to help my mom.
Do you have conservatorship?
For my mom, yeah.
Because I've had conservatorship over somebody, and like I'm a kind of person where I'm just like, no, we're gonna do it this way, and you guys can sue me, gripe, do whatever you want, but we're just gonna do it this way.
Yeah, that's what I already made an appointment with another doctor. Because this is stupid. We have someone who takes care of old people for a living, and he's concerned the old people not being, because we just got off on the wrong foot.
I know what you're saying. I like to come with disclaimers. So I wear when I wear this in public, and it's more for the younger generation because like where I'm from, people never mess with old men, but it seems like the younger generation, like the rules don't apply anymore. So I like to exude like if you mess with me, you're gonna earn it because I'm a wiry old man who will fight back. But it's so different because ever since Isaiah was born, most people leave me alone because I've been with, walking around with a child for the past 13 years. So I haven't had too many problems, at least in public. People respect you when most people respect you when you have a child. Even it's different. Like when I'm in my car, then it's different. It depends. When I get off my bike, people think I'm Jack the Ripper. But the beautiful thing about a Harley or a bike in general is that like a banker, anybody, somebody who, it doesn't matter who you are, you can get on a bike, put on some leather, go to the next town over and scare everybody. So that's you could be anybody and be a scary biker overnight, says the guy wearing a giant sombrero.
And again, it is just a testament to a sense of humor, and it looks good.
Thank you.
No,
I try to
tacos.
I have this saying, like, if you're not laughing, you're not living. I'm believe it or not, I'm a semi-intense human being, so I try to like interject laughter in my life because I've been around a lot of people, and because I'm the youngest of a really old family, I've seen a lot of people die from stress. And I watched a man who should have died from stress who did not die from stress. So life is attitude, and I try to keep a positive attitude.
Well, I still look 10 years younger, but all the stress is getting to me. 10 years younger than I am.
I recently had someone of my same complexion tell me that I look stressed. I have somebody who I knew in junior high and high school, and we were the 2 token people of color in our elementary school. So when we went to junior high, we spotted each other across the campus. And we're still friends to this very day. And every once in a while, she'll like, because I'll take a selfie and I'll put it on Facebook like, hey, like, look at my face. I still look good for my age. And she'll literally post a selfie. She's like, no filter, godless sewing, used a filter, which I didn't. Do you still get carded? I always say thank you when someone cards me.
Yeah,
When I was
absolutely.
30 years older, I got carded for, not 30 years older, when I was 30, I was getting carded to buy lottery tickets.
Phoenix, do you get carded?
I sometimes yes, and I'll take it any day of the week, and yep. I think it's getting a little bit less because unless I color my hair, I have some wise hair coloring coming through.
There's nothing wrong with the gray. I've learned to embrace my gray. I have. I always think. I'm always like, thank you for being nearsighted. Thank you. When they card me, I'm like, thank you so much.
Right.
I have no gray yet.
In my in my family, like baldness and premature gray are unfortunately go hand in hand.
So you're like, I'm just
In
gonna get rid of it.
in my
I
family, we don't wind up having the health problems until we have kids. Doesn't matter male or female. My uncle, like he had his son, and then when his son was 2 years old, he just swimming, and then his back goes out, and then his hips go out, all within a year.
I know what you're saying. Like, I've been through I went through a major car accident. I literally had to learn how to walk again. It took me, and it's not as it took me a month to learn how to walk again. I'm not like those people that took 6 months, 7 months, but it's unreal when you get an injury and have to come back from it. It's unreal, and I still feel the pain from my accident, and I will for the rest of my life.
Then my mom, after she had us, she basically had her back and everything go out. So when you have kids, you're in our family. As soon as that happens, your knees and everything go to shit.
Is that oh sorry. Is that correlation or causation? What's the saying?
A
Causation.
correlation.
I think correlation does not equal causation.
Correct.
So there's hope.
Because I'll tell you, like, no, I agree with you when it comes to genetics. Like, bad teeth runs in my family. Certain skin conditions, asthma, cancer, all kinds of fun stuff.
Oh, Killer Ray, I'm sure it's not that bad. I think being tall, though, sometimes
Yep.
you can look, people are just assume you're like, nope, this person's a giant. They have to be old enough.
I think a lot of the time too, excuse me, either the person's trying to be mean or it's my voice. And I'll tell you, I'm really bad at telling age. I am. I'm really bad. Like, I would never tell someone what I thought their age was because it's probably insulting because I'm awful at telling age. I am just bad at it. Especially when I'll say something and someone will be like, I'm older than you. Like, I'm sorry. I thought you were younger. I'm trying to give you a compliment. I thought you were younger. I'm sorry.
Stop making me feel bad for trying to be nice.
Oh, there was in Walmart. I always get in strange conversations with people because they're so curious why I have sewing supplies. People are but this one woman she was talking about something, but she was like, that probably happened before you were born. And then I told her my age, and she's like, oh, you do not look your age. But she assumed that I was a kid. It's because
Oh,
I'm the height of a high schooler.
it was well, let's just say it was around the governor's race in Virginia, and Mark Warner basically said, "No, I was saying this before you were born," and he was talking about in the early '90s.
That
Back
bothers
in the early '90s, I was saying this stuff before you were born.
That totally reminds me of, and I've said this a million times, Nirvana is not oldies. Alice in Chains is not oldies.
Nope.
Soundgarden, they play all of this on and I check. I still listen to K Earth 101 here in good old Los Angeles, California. They're not paying me, but that's a promoted spot. But they play, and I know they're doing it to get people my age, but it's weird to hear like Richie Valley and then Nirvana. To hear like California dreaming. And then like I'm literally rocking out, and then I was listening to California Dreaming, and then Soundgarden came on, and I'm like, what planet am I on? And this is our oldie station. Because
No,
yes, I still listen to the radio.
say it ain't so.
It just makes me, it's weird because I watched my father one day. He looked up and he's like, how come people don't know who Willie Nelson is? And I had to tell him the truth. Like, I wouldn't know who Willie Nelson was if I wasn't around him, you know?
I only knew who Willie Nelson was because Colbert made jokes and had him on.
Willie Nelson, you know, people always say like, oh, this person needs to be protected. Willie Nelson needs to be protected at all costs. He came to my right wing town. He was smoking a J in front of the cops. Like, and this was before pot was illegal. In my town, they put this giant performing arts center here, which I'll never know why, but we get really cool bands. And I went with my parents, but I went and saw Willie Nelson, and Willie Nelson's a legend, absolute legend. And he's not in the Klan, but he's selling sheets on the family plan. He wrote a song about how his father wasn't in the Klan, but his father was into textiles, and they asked him, like, will you make sheets for us? He's like, yeah, I'm a capitalist. I'll make you whatever you want. Willie Nelson's crazy. I'm back. I had a trespasser. Yikes. I like Willie Nelson. I walked right up to him. Real person, real human. Have you ever met anyone who's like famous and like really into themselves?
No, but I did see Pete Buttigieg at the airport.
Was he nice, or was he like?
He was with his handlers, and I was impressed by how short he was.
How short he was?
Yeah, he's a tiny guy. He's like a manlet, like maybe 5'6".
That's like Alexa, how tall is Rishi Sunak?
Rishi Sunak is 5 feet 7 inches tall.
No way! The PM of the Prime Minister of the UK is like 5'4", 5'5". And I didn't know that until he was standing next to Matt Hancock. Alexa, how tall is Matt Hancock?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, British politician Matt Hancock stands at a height of around 5 feet and 10 inches tall.
Tower.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thanks for your feedback.
Just remember, when the robots invade, they will remember me.
You were nice to us.
Just in case. I'm polite to my Alexa, just in case. You know what's funny? 2 years ago, I like said this really hypocritical thing about like if robots were real, I would be rude to them because they're a tool. I wouldn't be. I would be saying please and thank you to them and opening up doors like I do for everybody else, you know.
I know, because the maid from the Jetsons was always so nice.
But would you, like, let's say you had a robot driver or a butler, would you be mean to it? It has no emotions, it has no feelings. You could hit it and it wouldn't think like, oh, this hit me. Like it's a robot, you know.
I wouldn't want a robot driver. I'd wind up dead.
I'm gonna agree with Commander, and I also, what's the point in being mean? Like, I'm just not a generally mean-spirited human, so I would just treat everything the same, I think.
Exactly. Have you seen the movie AI?
No.
It's a Steven Spielberg movie with Haley Joel Osment. Came out in the like either late 99s or early 2000s.
Okay.
It explores that entire world of like, if we had like real artificial intelligence that could look us in the eye and talk to us, how would people treat it, you know? And because we're humans, the first thing we would do is create sex robots, which we already have robot brothels in Italy, Spain. They're all over the world, to the point where I was watching on Vice, of course, the Italian male hookers were like, get these things out of here. We do not want these here.
Oh, I will We'll
Have
save
a
that for my stream.
have a great night, Butterfly. It's great to see you. Great to see you. I'm glad you got to see the Cowboys jersey being fixed. Have a great night. But it's one of those things. It's like because I always said I would be rude to a robot, but the second I got my Alexa, I treat it like it's my aunt or something.
Well, because you also don't want to get out of the habit and like have your mom come over and be like, "Hey, whatever," and mom like coming and slapping you.
Oh no, I grew up old school. Like, I didn't even know my mom's name until I was like 14 or 15 years old. I grew up old school.
I know. Do you think that we've lost something with kids calling adults by their first name instead of Mr. and Mrs. or
I know this
doctor
is
or whatever?
I know this is gonna sound strangely conservative, but I would never allow my son to call me William. It's weird.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's weird. It's just weird to me. And yes, I do. But here's the problem. Because where's that line between discipline and just beating a person and creating a liar and a violent human being? Because I think when you beat a child, they learn to lie to your face. And then they get taught that violence is a good answer. Are we actually winning? We are actually winning.
Well,
Sorry.
discipline comes in many forms and should be proportional to the crime. The more severe the offense, that's how I was disciplined anyway, where the bad words would get the mouth washed out with soap.
Yeah.
You would get timeouts proportional to your age. And the more severe things were, the more likely there was something physical. Outside, of course, the ivory soap.
My parents were big on respect. Do not embarrass them in public. Do not embarrass yourself in public. Do not act dumb in church. Do not they had rules. And I think we've lost that where people are scared to discipline their children because most people I guess a lot of people don't know the in between. Like I am not I have never struck my son, but I'll give him a speech where he'll be like, "Oh, I'm about to get a 2-hour speech," because I believe it or not, I have things to say.
I think that's a worse punishment. But I think parents get scared too when the kids are calling CPS on them and they didn't do anything.
Do you know what's funny? Like the second you said that, I had a picture of my dad opening the door, or like with a rotary telephone, like, "Here, ninja, call whoever you want. You are one less mouth to feed. Call whoever you want. Go, like, get out of my house," like. But I was raised by adults. And my parents, and that's another thing. People want everyone to like them. Like, I don't think, like, it's okay if my son thinks I'm a dickhead sometimes. He'll get over it. Like, it's okay. Like, because I'm super cool dad, but I'm also like, brush your teeth. We can't walk out of the house with a dirty shirt, brush your hair, like. It's different because my son's on the spectrum, and all I know is raising a child on the spectrum, I guess it's not different. A kid is a kid,
Right. They still need to learn the same lessons. You just meet him where he's at, and you're like, this is the way shit happens.
I don't know, but because where is that fine line? Because I'll tell you, like, when I went into the workforce is when I was first confronted with the new age teenage generation. And like when I worked at Carl's Jr. in Portland, Oregon, I got spit on. People threw full sodas at my face. I got hot coffee thrown at me at 5:30 in the morning. I will never forget that for as long. And that dude ran so fast. He ran. Oh man, he's lucky. Oh, please go ahead.
I actually did not, when I worked at that job where I was exposed to the public that we talked about, and there were only like 3 Karens. I did not find myself getting physically, or verbally for the most part, treated
it's
like
this.
that.
I wasn't ready for it though because I came from this world of extreme discipline and like old school Catholic, like head down. You will only speak when you're spoken to. You have to speak at least 2 languages. Like, and then I went out in the real world with like people were. I was not ready for the younger generation.
Well, no, and if
And I
you were
was in.
extra bad, you had to go to confession.
Catholics are repressed as if you ask anyone who's ever worked in a convalescent home or an old folks home, ask them what is like the worst religion where the people feel the most guilt. And I've asked this to many people, and this is just my little survey, but hands down, everyone says Catholics. The Catholics freak out. They're like, God's never gonna forgive me because they have all this like internalized guilt.
I'm
I
gonna
saw.
go. I think it's
Oh,
a tie
sorry.
between the Catholics and the Jews, but I have perspective on both.
I
of
was
them,
going
so-
to interject
I'm
because
biased.
you get the guilt of you're not going to shame me. And actually that's probably the reason why I wound up having problems relating to people my own age is because I had grandparents who basically made me memorize FDR's speeches and watch CNN, and then I go in and everyone wants to bullshit and get drunk.
My mother is Howard's mother from The Big Bang Theory. My mom, she calls me so much that she gets mad when I hit the button because she could hear the boop. My mom will tell me, why did you hit the bitch button on me? Why did you like? My mom is no joke. My my mom is no joke. She is that voice in the oh man, and she's still like that, and she has not changed. But that's the old school, and that's why I'm biased because I was raised in a Catholic family, so I have that bias towards Catholicism that they just make you feel terrible about yourself. The entire religion
Well, I'll give you that.
is based on groveling. It's literally like if you the prayers, the like it's based on groveling and then giving all your money to the central bank of Rome, aka the Catholic Church.
I'll give you that. When you go to shul, you get told, boy, you're special, but if you dishonor it and you go and fuck off and you bring dishonor on yourself, then you're not special, but you're special. And, it's a right balance of just don't fuck up, but be happy.
That was when see I can do that. I'm down for that. In Catholicism, everything you do, you have to go ask for forgiveness. Everything you do. And even when I was a kid, I'll never forget the first time I went to confession. I remember being like, I'm 7. I really haven't done anything that bad. Like, what am I supposed to what am I supposed to say? Like I'm a kid. I haven't
You
done anything.
stole a cookie that makes baby Jesus cry. That makes the Lord of all the earth, the King of the universe, cry that you stole a cookie. And then as a 7-year-old, you start realizing, well, if my stealing a cookie triggers the Almighty to make the Almighty cry, then is that particular Almighty really that powerful?
Exactly. I used to think about that all the time. All the time. Like, why do they need me to like confess and pray so much? Like, aren't y'all in charge? Shouldn't we like not be having to do any of this? You know what though? Some of the best relationships that I've ever had in my life I got from that church and that was the one thing about growing up in a small town is that I have lifelong friends that I gained from catechism classes because we knew each other from like 6 years old up, and we were first cigarette I ever smoked was given to me like I smoked behind the church. Catholics are fun in that sense. They're usually the young delinquents are the Catholics.
It's because all the communion wine.
and the lying you have to do to your parents. That's the one thing that I try to have with my son is open communication because Liz is our favorite time traveler. Because people like kids, they'll be like, oh no, my dad's a goober, my mom's a goober, I'm just gonna lie to their face, and then all of a sudden their kids living a completely different life and you don't even know it, you know. So I try to have complete honesty because I reached a certain age where I was like, my parents are gonna freak out about everything, I'm just not gonna tell them anything, and that creates problems on its own. When I was a kid, I used to go to Tijuana with my cousin. I would be besides myself if my son disappeared and went to a different country without telling me.
Well, if he doesn't have a passport, I don't think he could make it over the border.
Is that the law now?
I thought you needed don't you need a passport to get into Mexico? Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, so the only reason I've challenged this because George Bush was the person to originally do this decree, okay? And I lived in Oregon when that original decree came out, but I went to Canada all the time on my ID. The Catholics around here are definitely the most well-adjusted denomination. All the other ones are paranoid. They're gonna watch the wrong commercial and start because that Catholics, like, you have to have something to sin about. That's the one thing. Hey, how's it going? Look at the trees. How's it going? How's it going? I love your rips and sips, man. We have rips and sips in the morning together. I actually, you know what's funny? I was watching your most recent Pastor Blaster before my stream. Yeah, there's such a Hoover parrot. I couldn't imagine that. Yeah, it's that era. I try not to be too much of a, and that's another thing. Like, I want my kid. Like, I don't shelter my son. I talk real to him. Like, when something happens, like. We recently had someone get incarcerated in the family, and he's like, oh, what happened to blah, blah, blah. And I said, blah, 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 went to jail because they did bad things and they're being held accountable for their bad things. You know, I didn't want to sugarcoat it and tell my son, like, if you act like a dummy, then, you know, you're going to end up in jail, you know? I think it's a disservice to lie to children. Is that bad or what?
It depends on what you lie to them about. Like, if I would tell the truth in that situation that you just said.
Yeah.
And if someone dies, you tell them the truth about what death is. Sometimes you have to lie when they're not old enough to understand something, but once they're old enough, you tell them the truth. It's kind of like when you're in college when you're in school learning math. They'll tell you can't do certain things, and then they will say, well, we got imaginary numbers that can help you, and then they teach you that, and then when you get into calculus, they teach you all the work. They'll tell you, oh, you can't do something here. And then you'll learn about Euler's method where, oh, you actually could, but you needed to build a foundation to figure that one out.
I see what you're saying, because when I got my my welding certification, I learned all the skills before I took the class. So when I took the class, I was like, they're not teaching us like 9, 10, and 8, but you have to get there first. So I totally understand what you're saying. Honesty is the best policy. I'm blunt. I am bluntly honest. Kids are smarter and less innocent than, yes. Oh, I've recently found that out with my son.
My mom's parents never talked down to us. You know, you'd be watching the TV and you'd be like, what is that happening over in Russia? This was when the Soviet Union was collapsing. And my grandfather would be, Because Gorbachev is trying to make the Soviet Union more like America with public trials and things like that. And there are people there who don't want that. And you'd have adult explanations as soon as, by the age of 6.
My parents were like that about the Israeli Arab conflict because when I was a kid, we went there. And so as the years went on, I would anytime anything that happened to do with Israel would pop up, I'd watch it. So they explained to me like, no, this is a lot deeper than what they're saying on the television, because when you go to anywhere that is Jerusalem, it's a tourist trap. Israel is a tourist trap because they cater to Catholics, Orthodox, Russian sects, to any Christian sect, any Jewish sect, because they're going to get money off you. They have tours and everything.
Oh, and the Baha'is.
Oh gosh. Oh
The
god.
Baha'i Gardens is amazing. I haven't been there, but I've seen videos of it, and I want to go and see the Baha'i Garden in Haifa. I think that's where it is.
I actually have a friend who lives in Haifa. Someone I've known my whole life moved there and got married. Really, the way I taught my kid about drugs was giving him examples in his life of me missing his birthdays and major events, and examples of when I was dope sick and angry and irritated and acted like an ass. I'm like that too. Like I tell my kid, I'm 100% honest. And the funny thing is, like, my ex-wife and I talk about this all the time. When we were our son's age, we were already smoking cigarettes. We thought we were grown adults. We drank alcohol. And so we're doing something right because he doesn't, he's not. And also because of the internet, these kids have access to seeing the end results of what happens to things like that. When back in the
And
day, I didn't know.
can I
remember.
bring up
Oh,
an
go
Can I
ahead.
bring up an example of how my mom and her parents taught us about the Arab-Israeli conflict? Now, this obviously is loaded with religion, but they went to the part of Ezekiel, with the valley of dry bones, and God said, "Son of man, bring this broken stick together." And then they asked, why didn't 200 million Arabs able to throw a few million Jews into the sea? And I said, because the land belongs to us. And they asked, why can't a few million Jews at the time throw a few hundred Palestinians out of the land? And I said, I don't know. And they said, because before they were Muslims, they were Christians. And before they were Christians, they were Jews. And you need to defend yourself, but you need to use no more cruelty than is necessary to defend yourself, because one day that which was broken will be brought back together, and it's because it's their land too. I know this sounds condescending, but
No,
keep
I
in
get it.
mind, to a Palestinian, if any are watching, this is a bunch of Jews telling me to basically view you as family and not to actually want to hurt you if you're not wanting to hurt Jews. So please, peace.
Like I said yesterday on Phoenix's stream, I know somebody who has family members that live in Israel who hangs out with somebody who we all grew up with, which is Palestinian. And we are literally the best of friends, and we've known each other since we were children, So I've said this since I was a kid. Like, we have so many artificial labels and labels that we put on ourselves that create walls, that when we walk up to somebody, you'll say, I'm blah blah blah, and they instantly don't want to mess with you because they're like, oh, I'm blah blah blah, when the truth is we're all human. To quote my grandfather, picture your teacher taking a shit. We're all human beings, Picture, I was a little kid and he was trying to get the authority figures in my life and show me they were humans, but like, and that's another thing. Like, I know someone who lives in Haifa who who is Jewish, who is pro-Palestinian. You know, it's weird that it's weird that way. Like it's not so black and white as it's made to seem. Most people
Well,
are just
there's
about
different kinds. I'm sorry.
Oh no, really, I agree with you, Kilroy, and marijuana will show you this. I've been all kinds of places and people smoke pot everywhere. Everywhere. And that's how I've made peace with people. Like, oh, we can't speak the same language, but do you smoke? Oh yeah, okay.
There's different kinds of pro-Palestinian. You might not be vitriolically hateful towards necessarily the people who don't want to kill you, but you might basically want to wipe out Hamas.
His he is total West Coast hippie. His wife is like, she's very militant. I actually stayed. But they're like, I stayed at their house. They're good people. They're extremely good people. I agree with you though. There is varying degrees, and it's like that here in America too. Yesterday on Twitter, I saw footage of some guy in Colorado jump out of a car and harass this lady and like physically try to fight her. If I saw that go on in my neighborhood, I would knock that guy out. You know. So, but in pockets of America, people are have lost their minds. And I think it's because she had a Biden t-shirt on her. It was something dumb. It was all, and it's never over anything that's worth fighting for anyways. But it happens everywhere. It's artificial strife. We create these labels in order to fight each other. Like I said in my bloopers, man, you want to solve the world peace? Buy a sewing machine.
Well, that whole religion thing too, right? There are preachers who go, the world going to hell in a handbasket, and they're absolutely delighted that they have something to bitch about, rather than they are extremely upset about the suffering that's going on. They enjoy the shit stirring.
I think because I work for two nonprofits, if you're not like helping the people that you're preaching about, I consider you a hypocrite. If you are not like I don't know. I work for outreach. I actually physically go out on the street and help people instead of just talking about it, you know? Like, so when I hear people say like, I don't know, the whole preacher thing, it bothers me because if they cared, there should be an army of preachers out on the streets helping people. And there are, but there should be way more. Yeah, no way I would let that happen. I'd knock out that dude without my cane or something. No, Liz, what people don't know is that Liz is tougher than all of us. Liz really would swing with her cane.
I think I'm on the verge of pumpernickeling, so I'm going to call it a night, folks. Thank you for having me.
It's great to see you.
Much
as always.
love. Great to have you.
We'll
Thank
be back
you all.
next week.
Have fun. Yep, same bat time, same bat place. Until then, folks, don't laugh at yourself unless you've laughed at others. No, don't laugh at others unless you've laughed at yourself. All right, I'm out.
Have a great night. I am like the great rambler. I think religion can have a positive impact, and I'm so mad that it used time and time again for. And I agree. Like, and I constantly say this. Like, I am not anti anything. Like, I hang out with most of the people that I hang out with are either Catholic or Jewish or Mormon. I'm not anti-religion at all. You know, my thing is hate. I'm anti-hate. Like, it bothers me how I watch this preacher. I think his name is Spencer Smith. The guy opens up his YouTube channel with like an AK-47 and just giant rounds that are probably too big for the gun that he had on the table. And then he goes in about the gospel and the Bible, like, nah, bruh, you're promoting hatred, you know?
Or it's like the preacher who basically you can't be a Christian and be Democrat. Okay, what's the implication of that, Mr. Preacher Man? Is someone can't be a Christian unless they vote for the one who's getting the Hitler salutes from the swastika wearing thugs and help from the Kremlin. So if half the population is going to be perpetually godless, according to you, what's your solution?
I find that
Your
ironic.
religion can't spread anymore.
I really find that ironic because the church I grew up in was extremely left leaning. Like they were like hippie almost. So I find it really strange that today's message, excuse me, is like, you know, kill him and grill him. It's just it makes me laugh. And it's only in like a 35-year period it's really switched back to the evangelical. Do you think the internet has it plays into that where people are more exposed to these hate preachers and just hate in general?
I think it's actually more or less a concerted effort by America's geopolitical enemies.
Mm-hmm.
Because you let's say you come in with, this is one thing that I've noticed through a good long time. You go back to the 1930s, the Nazi Vatican Concord,
Mm-hmm.
where basically if you weren't a Nazi, you couldn't be a Christian. The Nazis promised religious freedom, and in return for protecting the Germans from moi and the communists and the socialists and the, you know, you get the picture. So the Jews were supposedly out to basically destroy the Christian church, even though just had no, well, actually I had interest in it, and then they basically showed me that they were all douchebags. But basically what happened in Germany is happening here. You got the protocols of the elders of Zion. And if you listen to what the preachers have been saying in some way, shape, or form, the Christian nationalists have been shaping Christianity to bring us to this day for at least 30 years now.
FBI, are you there? I know Apple's here. Not the I'm a non-violent unless I need to be, just to clarify that. I respect people who can defend themselves. Like I know that when my kid is with my ex-wife, if anyone messes with her, she'll grab a wine bottle, she'll grab a brick. She would defend my kid tooth and nail. And I can sleep at night knowing that. I'm not saying everybody
That's
needs
a
to
good thing. No, you can't be someone's doormat.
Yeah, but you need to know basic self-defense. Like a long time ago, a lifetime ago, I used to teach self-defense at a homeless shelter 20 something years ago for that very reason. Like, just don't be helpless. That's my thing. Just do not be helpless.
And I'm going to point out to, like, Vladimir Putin's speech, like the Kremlin has been seriously courting evangelicals for years, probably all the way back to George Bush, because George Bush looked into Putin's eyes and he said he saw a good Christian man. And around that time, the evangelicals, well, they went really hard because the greatest generation was dying out, and they were consolidating the churches as a political arm rather than what it used to be.
There's a church around here that thinks they're the rightful owners of the U.S. and it's their job to take it from those who they have stolen. That's so sad. There's a lot of people around here too that feel like that. I can't stand people like that. Yes, only self-defense. Yeah, no, I'm the same way. Be careful. I'm one of those people like because I know how to fight, I would never walk into a situation acting like a tough guy. Especially the older I get. Like I'm not looking for a fight with anybody. And oh please go ahead.
Finish, please. No,
I think fighting is pointless. If you can't, If you can't talk it out, like fighting is kind of pointless unless you're defending yourself.
The only time I've actually gone looking for a fight was when I went to Charlottesville and I went there to try to find Nazis to kill me. And I think I told you this story.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Charlottesville, North Carolina is no joke. I've been to Savannah,
That was
Georgia.
Charlottesville, Virginia
Oh,
during
okay.
the Unite the Right thing. That street brawl.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I used to live in Virginia.
Kilroy, I okay, first I'll read your comment. The people who wear their guns out in open are the biggest and are stupidest cowards ever. Gosh, about 6 or 7 years ago, people were trying to bring open carry back to California. I don't know if we ever had it. Man, guns have been banned here for so long. I don't even know. So all of a sudden, we had yahoos wearing guns everywhere. The first person I saw, I was at my local Vons, aka / Safeway. I'll never forget this. I purchased my stuff. I'm walking out. I was by myself. I saw a guy wearing a giant 1911. I looked at him and I was like, you probably have a tiny penis. And he was like, what? I was like, you're open carrying in California. You must have a tiny penis. And I'm lucky. I'm surprised this guy didn't shoot me. And I saw him multiple times after that. Like multiple
Well,
times.
the reason why they want open carry and all that stuff is for intimidation purposes. It's not really that they want something to defend themselves in case of a crime, because if I'm not entirely sure about these numbers,
Mm-hmm.
but if you, New York City, it's something like less than 20 in 100,000 people will be the victim of a crime. And they've had few, crime is down all over the country from the highs of the 80s. It
Well, the
still
80s.
might have gone up, but if it goes from 3 in 100,000 to 6 in 100,000, oh no, violent crime is doubled, but it's still relatively low.
Hey, Native Atheist, how's it going? Yeah, open carry is stupid. Like, and that's another thing here. If you get a license, you can conceal. So if you're of sound mind and body, you can carry a gun in California. It's kind of a myth that you can, but you just have to not be a complete psycho. But I agree. Sorry, go ahead.
It's just about intimidation. That's all it is.
I discovered that when I lived in Arizona. Most people don't carry, at least, okay, I lived in Arizona 24 years ago. Okay. So my reference is literally from 24 years ago. Not too many people carried guns. And I remember I'd lived there for a while until I saw someone openly carrying in a grocery store. Like it just didn't happen because it was known if you messed around out there, you were gonna get capped, So most people didn't open carry, but Arizona has become extremely radicalized. They are that entire state has changed from when I lived there. They were like, "Oh, please move here," and now they're like, get out of my country."
When George Bush was governor of Texas and they wanted to have open carry without license or conceal, it was either that or it was like conceal, basically without any kind of license. George W. Bush, the king of stupid, said, "This is too stupid even for me."
Oh, no worries, Native. I'm glad that you made it here. Here in PA, you can open carry without a license. Even in my country ass area, people don't do it. It's always suburbanites who are overcompensating who open carry. That is so real. That is so real. We always say that about like people who think they're like the most hardcore gangster. Like, no, they're overcompensating for something because the real gangsters are the quiet guys you never heard of.
It's called modesty.
Yeah.
If you have strength, you might want to let people know you a little bit. Don't go with me, but it's not immediately obvious. It's only obvious after someone fucks with you when you have your foot on their neck and it's all over with.
People tell me all the time. They're like, man, your clothes are angry, but you are the sweetest human being on earth. And I always say, I just come with a disclaimer. Plus, you know, like anybody else, I had to learn to stand up for myself because in life, if you don't, the world will walk all over you. And that's why I think it's important to know self-defense, to know certain things, because you know, there are wolves out there who will try to take advantage of you, especially if you're a nice person. I had learned that the hard way because I'm not trusting, but I'm nice.
I'm just trying to, well, let's just say this. After working at an extremely horrible place, Commander can snap.
It's good to let people know, like, and I think also because I am nice, it lulls like, and this is more for manipulative people who manipulate, narcissistic type. Those are the ones who always have drama. Like, I rarely have drama because I try to treat people with respect. I've had my Karen moments. I'm Po Buddy's perfect, you know, I'm not perfect, but like I try to treat people with respect, you know.
I know. It's, well, when I think about what would happen if, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene was president, I would snap and I would make national news. And I'm not making a threat. I'm just, I'm not making any kind of threat.
No, I think about that. Like, what if DeSantos wins? Is he gonna start banning books? Like, what
Oh,
if
you can't get 1984 in the state of Florida.
what?
No, well, you can't get that in the public schools. You have to buy it yourself.
Now
They're trying to stop authoritarianism, liberal authoritarianism, by getting rid of books that let you know how authoritarians manipulate people.
that does not make sense. That's why, like, ugh. Because jokingly, I was like, man, we can't get worse than Trump. And then DeSantos is banning books, and I'm like, a week ago, I was like, this guy could be president. This guy could
And he
seriously.
wants to ban the Democratic Party. He wants to create a registry of anyone, a state registry of anyone who criticizes him. So that's basically like Vladimir Putin.
And anyone who wants to kick Disney out is an idiot. I'm sorry. Disney owns Anaheim. They own Anaheim. If you go, you can honestly see the difference when you get on the freeway and you get off anywhere in Anaheim. It is Disneyland. It is. Even they put in these giant resorts out near Disneyland. They have to adhere to a certain standard. It ups the value of everything around it, you know. So getting rid of
Mouse is
Disney
like
is
the biggest
idiotic.
gangster in the world. A friendly gangster.
They own more. They have one of the largest fleets in the world as well. If either DeSantis or Trump gets the nomination, it will create the biggest Democrat and overall left-wing turnout in generations. I agree. DeSantis scares me because we know what Trump's going to do. We know exactly because Trump won't deviate because he's a narcissist.
DeSantis is the same thing. He's just more calculating.
Goofy is the mayor of Anaheim. No, because LA is kind of ghetto. When you go to Anaheim, it's only like an hour outside of downtown LA. So when you get into that area, you're like, wow, it's really nice here. But it's because Disney pumps millions of dollars into the area, so there's a really high standard, which is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to have a nice area. But yes, Goofy is the mayor.
And let me qualify something that I said earlier. I was not making any threats of any kind. I was basically stating that just that was the kind of state I was when I just said Nazis come and kill me when I went to Charlottesville, like the John Wayne in one of the westerns, and still came out alive.
Commander, you never have to apologize. I know people in good old Portland, Oregon. And these are people that I still know. When Trump won, they were like loading weapons and patrolling their neighborhood because they didn't know what to do. And these are the same people who were blocking the freeway in Portland too. And they're good friends of mine, but like, you know, we know what's his name is going to do. But it was a scary time when he first won. DeSantis is a Trump that can see beyond his own nose and more than 5 minutes into the future. I agree. Trump was just, you know, when Trump won, there's a shot of when he was shocked. Like he was like, what? I won? Like he was legitimately shocked that he won because even he thought he was going to get hosed. I'm an old school American. I'm about the freedom of speech. You can stand there until the cows come home and say whatever you want, but you have to be willing to defend yourself, you know? And these guys are to me, they're weenies that stir up these mass movements, and they encourage other people to hurt people because they would never do it themselves. And that's my
They
thing
don't want to risk their own skin.
Exactly. Like if you're not I prefer the general type that's like boots on the ground, looking the enemy in the eye, you know. And I just don't believe people who, because of the field I work in, I have to deal with bureaucracy all the time. And I know that half of these laws are made by people who have never driven a tractor, never seen a horse. I am not allowed to do anything in the creek on the property because of a horned frog or something. Okay, we don't have any water. So there are no animals in this creek. And if anyone is even caught by an inspector, it's a $2,000 fine, and the creek runs through our property. And these laws were made by people who just sit in an office. No worries, Liz. You're good. Bureaucracy drives me crazy. But do you think a lot of this is made to divide us? Because if people sobered up, we would kick every politician out. Because look at the people in Kentucky who are constantly voting Republican. They are one of the poorest states in the nation. In the South, the AIDS rate, I hate to break it to you, Florida, but literally Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, like it just goes left.
Well, the unplanned pregnancies are higher in
Yep.
them than our Bible bouts.
Yep.
The AIDS transmission is higher, and it's basically crap, and they're all consumed with. Well, this one's fighting the green M&M for me. Well, is making the green M&M, putting on them sexy boots, putting $1 into your bank account, or is it just sapping your money?
I've learned something. There is, I watch a comedian, feminist. Her name is Kate Summerthwaite. I absolutely love her, but she's a talking head in the UK, and they'll ask her a crazy question, and sometimes she'll say, "You know what? That's not my issue. I have learned to say, like, that's not my issue. Absolutely, to divide us. It's a war on the poor. Yes. They can get a lot of poor people to vote against their own interests. I've said this since the day I have literally sat in front of a microphone on YouTube. I do not understand people who vote against their own interest. I don't know if it's because I was raised super West Coast. Like, I don't understand that. Like,
LBJ said this: if you tell the worst, and I'm not saying being poor and white makes you bad. I'm saying being a racist who's so racist you will vote yourself into poverty, that make you bad. If you tell the worst elements of poor rural America that they are special and better than anybody else, and I'm paraphrasing, but he did say something to this effect. Now, this is an exact phrase. You don't have to pick his pockets. He'll turn his pockets inside out for you.
that's awful. That is just
But
awful.
that's how they manipulate. Tell them they're better than anyone else, that they have the right to run this country, and they'll turn their pockets inside out and just dump, I'm the Republican, we're gonna make the LGBT community pay, and now cut Bezos's taxes to nothing and make it so Elon Musk doesn't pay any taxes.
Trees,
And we will raise your taxes, right?
trees.
We will raise the taxes on the poor.
You get the comment of the evening. If being poor and white makes me bad, then I'm the worst. Hey, here it's being poor and a person of color. You're like
No,
99.999% chance of spending your entire adult life in prison or some sort of program.
being
And the
poor and
statistics don't
white
even
doesn't
lie.
make you bad. Being poor
No.
in any color doesn't make you bad. Becoming a bigot and then making everyone else miserable, yeah, that makes you bad.
It all depends on where you live. I got hosed for saying this because people love Kamala Harris. She was awful to Californians. She was awful to a very specific group of people. If you were a black trans person, you were going to prison for life. Like, that's why. So when she was put up as vice president, a lot of Californians were like, okay, well, not Trump. It all depends on where you live. There's a lot of money and keeping people divided. Absolutely. And that's the whole thing that drives me mentally insane, where I'm literally screaming at my TV, at my computer screen, and where I'm like, how can you not see this is meant to divide us? Especially and this is no secret. I've never made a secret of this. My dad used to watch Fox News. He was my friend. We hung out. He was my boss at the job. We have cable at my job. He would have it on at the job. My mom is MSNBC kind of person. Both channels were like they were putting people against each other. And I'm not saying MSNBC gets a bad rap, but that's because I'm biased because I've watched it for 20 something years. But there is money to be made in dividing all of us. Because like I said earlier, if we got together, we'd kick the politicians out. We'd be like, nah, I've said this. I can't believe I'm saying this again. I stole this from Mike Savage, but it's true. America needs a non-racist nationalist. We need someone who can bring everyone together and just not be a dingbat and say, oh, only this group of people. And no, because if we were united, then, we could actually fix the infrastructure of this country. We could
Well,
actually have social. Oh, sorry.
I'm
Go
a
ahead.
non-racist nationalist. I love my country and anyone who's an American I care about, and I also care about how America affects other people around the world, because we do have that role, and I want America's role to be strong. So, like, when you're talking about nationalists, are you talking about the way George W. Bush did foreign policy where he basically stuck his middle finger up at the Europeans and let China eat us alive, or like Trump, where he stuck his middle finger up at everyone and still let China eat us alive. I remember Trump was bragging about how China agreed to buy all these soybeans, yet China was spending billions of dollars dredging rivers in South America while they were making promises.
Donald Trump crippled California's cattle industry because we shipped most of our cows to China. And
I know.
he crippled Central California. I can't believe I just said it properly. He crippled Central California is farmland. It is just one giant swash of farmland, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of endless miles of farmland. And between Japan and China, that's where we sent most of our beef. And we still send our beef to Japan, but all of a sudden we had all this surplus because China didn't want any of it.
And he did fuck all for manufacturing too.
But he purposely, like, if you voted against him, he would punish your state. That's not a secret. That's not a secret. When I say nationalist, I say somebody who could talk to and be around anyone, because America is not just black or white. It's not. We paint it like it is. We still fight the same fights that our great grandparents fought, but it's not. And so, especially like where I live, there's Southeast Asian. We have a heavy Polynesian population here. Pick a country. I live in Los Angeles. When I used to live in Koreatown, and everything is in Korean, even the street signs in certain areas, and they're in English too. But my whole point is, we need someone who can relate to everybody, because we're fighting battles that really don't even exist anymore in this country because it keeps us divided.
Oh yeah, I remember. God, after Obama got elected, everything was communist. They were fighting the hippies. They were fighting the New Age. They were fighting. I said to someone, "You guys are going to be fighting goddamn hippies from the 1960s, long after each and every one of them are dead."
Absolutely. For all of his flaws, this is still a pretty cool country. Yes, it is. Can find almost anything here. I'm not no, I am an American homer, and I dialed down my patriotism. I really do. I was raised by a Vietnam vet and marched in 4th of July parades as a Boy Scout. I'm a super homer when it comes to America, and that's why I get so like get out of my country, like. Do you know what's so funny? I got this from the vets, but I lived in South Korea for a year. I have a niece who was born in Korea. My brother and his wife were in the army forever and ever.
Overt displays of American militarism on my website.
I actually that's one of the reasons I didn't get along with a lot of like the super lefty people, because they thought that my flags were something else. Like my 76 flag, that I like putting my nose up at racists or people who take certain symbols and attempt to make them racist. I hate to break this to people, and I know this is going to hurt a lot of people's feelings. I grew up around Black people that would fly the Confederate flag because they were from the state of Georgia or South Carolina. And now it's morphed into a hate symbol. But like I knew people of color that would wear Confederate flag t-shirts because they were from Georgia, and it wasn't meant as an intimidating thing or a racist thing. It was, I don't know. See, I'm applying.
I don't actually understand I don't claim to understand that at all.
It's nationalistic. That is nationalistic pride because propaganda works. Little John the Rapper is a perfect example of this. He wears a Confederate flag shirt all the time. I'm really into belt buckles, and like the bigger the belt buckle, I'll wear it. But you can't wear gaudy belt buckles when you sit down. But he has this giant, solid, I don't even know what it is, ruby, I don't even know, Confederate flag belt buckle. You know, they consider it a culture thing. Oh, what is the name of that rapper? I have the name. Where is my phone? Because I could find it in 10 seconds. There's one video I was watching recently. They weren't pro Confederate flag, but they were flying it in their video like they were. It's I keep in mind I'm from the suburbs of the West Coast. I do not claim to know the East Coast culture. I do not claim to be from the East Coast. America is humongous. We have different worlds. You know what? I've been to Michigan, and Michigan is a whole different culture than Colorado, than Florida. You know, I've been all around, you know.
Well, I'm from South Florida, which is like the old Northeast. And then all the petulant children went down there and changed it. I moved to Virginia before they changed it. And then I came up to New York. I'm a Yankee.
So you can't spell assumption without ass. I love you, Liz. I love saying this. It's like, I think that's awesome, Trees. In my family lineage, they've done massive research. And I said this earlier, like there's someone who literally earned a PhD. And so in my family, we've had over 30 people fight in the Civil War that I'm related to. 4 of them fought for the South, and 26 of them fought for the I'm sorry, 26 of them fought for the South, and 4 fought for the North. Because of lineage and population, a lot of people don't know that there were actually Black people who fought for the South. And there's always that propaganda like, oh, they fought for their homes. No, they were slaves. They put a rifle in their hand and they told them, go fight these people. It wasn't even that complicated. I live in Appalachia.
I have a relative who FDR named lakes after, who got commissions from Abe Lincoln. Name was John Wesley Powell. And then the descendants, basically, there was a female descendant who married some guy with a really Jewy last name who wasn't a Jew. And that, those two, that line eventually gave rise to me on my dad's side. But you know, the republicanism didn't transfer because my mom was a Jewish Democrat.
My mom always called herself a Kennedy Democrat, and that still makes me laugh to this very, very day. I love it when I meet there's a lot of people named Robert E. Lee, and when someone is named Robert E. Lee, they love to say, my name's Robert E. Lee. And I love telling them, like, oh, really? Let's do, you know, like, how many family members did you have fighting the Civil War? And they're like, oh, I don't know. And I'm like, oh, I had 26 fight for the side that you claim, you know, and they were darker than I am. History is a funny thing. And people tell some of the strangest stories, but history is always way more gray than what people paint it out to be. And because my father's grandmother was a born slave, she lived to be in her 90s. And she passed down all her traditions to my father. And that's the only reason that I even know half of this. But Commander, did you know that in the 1940s, people believed if you went over 55 miles an hour, you'd go crazy if you got in a car?
I didn't know that, but I've heard that you're not supposed. Man is not meant to travel faster than a camel.
I loved all the old world stuff that like I got lucky between my grandparents because I came from such an old family. Um I got so lucky between my grandparents and my father. I will never forget the day that we figured out that her father was Jewish. 15 people looked at my grandmother and she was like, I knew my father was Jewish. And we looked at her like, and you never said a word. Like, you never said a word. I just love moments like that.
When I was taking shit from anti-Semites at the defense contractor where I worked, I basically turned around and looked at him and I said, when my ancestors were working,
That was
oh,
me. Go
that
ahead. Oh, that was me.
when my ancestors were worshiping in the temple, your ancestors were in the woods of Germany chucking spears at each other. And I would only say that to someone dishing out racism.
You know what? When somebody is like overtly racist or a dickhead to me or something, I'll tell them, enjoy my country. There was one guy who tried to hit me with his car. I was in a car as well, but he was like, he cut me off and I was like, enjoy my country. He snapped when I said that. But it's basically saying like, this is mine,
Oh, when I was in Charlottesville, you know what I was screaming at the Nazis? Because they had been screaming, Jews will not replace us. I said, every time a douchebag like you thinks he's a Christian because he's white, a Jew finds faith in Jesus and you are replaced. Now get down on your knees, pagan, and realize that you need to. I basically said, you're joining the household of Abraham, and then I quoted Galatians. I was just screaming that, and somehow I was able to do it. And then, even though I didn't believe in Christianity, I said, I'm a Christian. And then I started barking things at them in Hebrew. I wanted to die. And then basically, the guys in the balaclavas dragged me off.
There was a Trump rally during the whole 2020 lockdown here in LA. And it's not a rally, it was just a bunch of Trump supporters stupidly because you have to fill out an official piece of paper to do a protest here in LA. And it's the word started going around like these idiots are really going to come to LA. The LAPD riot squad showed up because they knew it was going to happen. I think it was like 200 or 300 MAGAs against like, I don't know, 3,000 people. 4,000 people showed up to fight these guys. It was ugly. It was ugly. Yay! I'm glad that you're home, safe from another day from keeping Portland safe. When I was younger, I used to go to a lot of rallies and like protests, but I've only flown in and out of Washington State. I've never seen Oregon, but I would love to someday. Oregon is beautiful. Oregon, like I lived there when I was in my 20s. I miss Portland. It's changed. Liz and I talk about this all the time. It's changed since I lived there, or even since last time I went there in 2012. Like it's changed, but it's the West Coast Vermont. I'm a stan. I'm an Oregon stan. It is a beautiful place. But I'm biased. I think Seattle's beautiful as too. Well, Washington State is beautiful.
You like living on the forest moon of Endor, right? Because that's where they shot it.
Yeah.
Or they shot it in British Columbia. They shot it in the Pacific Northwest. I know that.
That's like Stargate. Most of Stargate was shot in Vancouver, Canada. That's why a lot of the American soldiers have a Canadian accent, eh? I absolutely loved Stargate. And I own all
Um,
the DVDs, so I, like a geek, I know way too much about that show.
When I think of Cheyenne Mountain, I just think of the creator of Starship Troopers, that fucking fascist, decided he was going to move out to Colorado Springs to escape the Soviet missiles, and then they just build Cheyenne Mountain right next to him.
You know, I live next to a Nike base, so if there was a problem, my town's gonna get lit up anyways. I wonder. I'm sure there is a site you could look up and see. Like, LA would light up like a Christmas tree if anything ever happened. Our hills are just filled with Nike bases. Is there a place? I've seen the map. There's places in America that you could move to. Oh,
Basically, get away from the east and west coast and go into the middle of the country where you can enjoy farming radioactive soil and eking out a meager existence, and maybe you'll find a vault tech vault and fall
have you ever
foul
seen the
to an experiment.
Have you ever seen the movie The Day After? The original?
No.
Oh, it's an honest movie, and it shows real radiation poisoning, real flash blindness, what would really happen. Like it's I don't want to give it away.
It's horrifying.
Yes.
I know that.
And
I
it's
know
it's an 80s
it's
movie,
80s.
so they don't hold back. Yeah, it's a great movie. Because there's the Jake Gyllenhaal movie The Day After Tomorrow, but the movie called The Day After is the original. Because, we live in the world of remakes. Oh, sorry. Hold on 1 second. Skits. What kind of sewing machine? I am so interested now. Yes. It's a Brother CS 7000i sewing and quilting machine. Okay, in a year, I will expect a quilt with a giant middle finger. No, I'm kidding. That's my plans. Awesome. Awesome. I can actually teach you how to service that thing. That's awesome. I may or may not have something in that line. Oh, that's
What do you
funny.
call one of those computer controlled machines that makes patches?
Embroidery machine. But there's varying degrees. Like the Brother PE, which just means personal embroidery, like those lines are more for like small patches like this. If you want to make something more intricate like this, you would need a more expensive machine. Embroidery machines are funny too, because now, like what Skits bought, it's probably an embroidery machine as well. They no longer separate everything because everything is done by computer. Like I have an embroidery machine that is completely separate from my sewing machine. But I could never use my embroidery machine like a sewing machine.
I get that.
I need to see if I can fix that thing. I can't just let it die. Somebody who is out there in the great void, somebody sent me a brother to my house in my name. I've said this a million times, don't come by my house. And I kept it. If you want to send me expensive sewing machines, I made 1 million patches on that thing, and I burnt it out. Because I don't think it was made to be used in a commercial way. Like I was using it. I wasn't selling it, but I was making tons of patches. So it's, but honestly, machines nowadays are made to break. Let's be real. Like, let's be honest with each other. I feel that way about cars. That's why I'm so biased towards my old 1988 Ford F-150 or even my early 2000s F-150, because at least I can work on those. My Ford Flex is one giant computer. It's literally just one. I don't even know how to change the oil on that car. You've got to fix it and start up God is filthy capitalist patches and I love I do because most of the patches I wear I've made. Like people are like, oh, where'd you buy that? And I'm like, dude, I made that in my garage. I do need to fix the machine. You should start a reverse strip club where the dancers start naked and you make the clothes. Hey, trees. Patent pending, patent pen. That's gold, brother. That's bars of gold, right? Oh, I actually I'm friends with a few strippers. That's feasible. I might actually be able to do that. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. I actually I know a few people. When I was in my 20s, I like I always talk about it, I chased jobs, I chased money, and I was a doorman in Vegas, and they liked me because I wasn't scared of people and I was mouthy, so I got hired at every club in Vegas.
And just like a 10-minute warning, I do have work tomorrow.
I know. I've been going for 4 hours. I drank like a bucket of coffee before this stream and took a nap, so I'm like, the Godless Sewing streams go on forever and ever. Do you have anything you'd like to show before I run out of here?
Well, outside of pretty soon, I'm going to put this out. I just need to finish a few more segments of it. This is basically a topical making fun of the Trump prophets. Basically, that's Kenneth Copeland's jet. They're being boarded. I still need to make the part where they beam up in the transporter room. Then you go in there, and we do a right robot chicken of some of the Trump prophets.
Awesome.
That would be Kenneth Copeland. I tried to make him cartoony so you don't have all the wrinkles.
He's a scary
But
individual. Your animation is I love your animation.
and Pinky there is Kat Kerr. She believes she lives without sin. That means she's never done anything that the Bible says is wrong, like lying, right? And then Mr. I give bikers and rockers a bad name. He's in the background and he openly says lies for Vladimir Putin. And then basically after a short making fun of how ridiculous those guys are, just by letting them talk, there's it's time to stand up and beat that bully with a stick, and then set your tasers to Karen, and then there's a bright blue flashes going to come from the plane from the outside, and then a to be continued where they will probably be in straitjackets if I don't want a friend to help contribute audio. If I do want a friend to contribute audio, they cannot be in straitjackets. I have a friend who's a real dedicated Christian, and he thinks that straitjackets is way too much, but making fun of them is just fine. And that's what I got in the works. And I almost have story time with Nippet done, where I have kick-ass baby penguin model, and Nippet's going to be from the Shills, is going to be reading a story to the penguin.
Awesome.
And the names of the penguins are the baby penguins are Noah and Leia. I'm setting up for a few little shorts with them. You can imagine Noah's flood where he flushes fireworks down the toilet and causes pipes to burst and things like that, where you can set something up in the future.
Awesome. All right. Well, everybody, please go subscribe to Commander 401 and Phoenix Electric's Circus for anyone who hasn't. And I never liked this angle. Let me do this really quick. I'm actually really excited that Skits bought a sewing machine. So we're gonna go out old school just for Skits. Hold on, let me catch my breath. It's been a while. I used to be the king of shilling, but then I stopped caring. Okay. I would like to thank you. I would like to thank everybody for watching the Godless Sewing channel. And if you didn't forget, I am Godless Sewing of the Godless Sewing channel. Please do not forget to like and subscribe. And remember, this is the Godless Sewing channel. We're all about fun. And never forget, rock out with your clock out. And always be yourself for those who can. So, Godless Sewing at the Godless Sewing channel. And please do not forget, this is the Godless Sewing channel. See,
Says subscribe.
I'm still rusty. I'm working my way back to my shilling game. It's not what it used to be.
Far better than what I got right now, I can tell you that.
Absolutely, Skits. Absolutely. Have to go out old school. I used to have a lot more energy, but now I'm just a jaded old man. Godless Sewing, Godless Sewing. I hope everyone has a great night. I will be here next Monday. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to everybody. Keep Skits Crasher in mind. He has COVID and he's getting better. So I hope you get better. And you bought a sewing machine, so that's awesome. Kilroy, you're awesome. Godless Sewing and Godless Sewing. I hope everybody has a great night, and I'll see you next week. Rock out with your clock out.